ready for the next battle, ladies and gentlemen. They, them, servers in between. My name is SPF Doctor. We're coming at you live here from Dapple Productions to bring you ITZ 49. But of course, I'm not alone here today.
Hello, everybody. I am Ray. I am here for the first time in the zone, but I have commentated for Dapples before. If you have seen me before, I mean, Dark has just introduced themselves. Again, I am also here, and we will be watching Entropy versus Light. They have a Japanese name going on. I believe a couple of Japanese players as well. But their name translated into English is Light, so that is what we will be calling them today.
Yeah, no, it's always great to see any Eastern players out here, especially for some of these bigger, more higher tier tournaments. I mean, ITZ. I'm not sure for those who have been checking the Sendou page for it. Actually, is sitting at a whopping 47 teams today. So it's definitely a bit of a beefier one this time around, and I'm very much excited all for it. But you know, we're not here to talk about this tournament as a whole. We're here to talk about this round, this match here when we're kicking things off here, which is going to be, you know, that was always the case within the zone. But we're going to be kicking things off on Robo Ramen.
Yes, Robo Roman, one of the most popular Splat Zones maps right now. It is, I mean.
Oh. Uh-oh. I'm afraid we lost our co-commentator for a second there.
It played pretty much everywhere. Oh no! Is my Wi-Fi dying? Is my Wi-Fi dying?
Yeah, it cut out for a second, but it's no worries. You're back now, and that's important. What's important?
Am I back? Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
that is what's important. Okay. Anyways, what I said is, I mean, Robo Roman is, since its release, one of the most popular map.
Oh no, that's not a good sign, chat. Okay, we'll give it another second to see what happens.
Below, what is happening?
That is, yeah, no, that's not a good sign for our start.
No, it's not, and I don't know what is happening. I think the German Wi-Fi system is trying to sabotage me right now.
Oh, maybe. Will you ever get through your thought about Robo Robin?
No, I don't think we will. So we'll just move on, I think.
Oh, yes. I guess moving on, since we're not allowed to actually talk about Robo Robin here, for a bit more information for folks here who may be watching this for the first time. You know, in the zone is a Splat Zone's only tournament, and right now it is a double elimination bracket, no group stages. We're just heading straight into the thick of it here. And of course, kicking things off, this bracket is going to be a best of three for the most part here until we get to the later parts of this bracket series, where I believe we will get best of five at the later portions of it. No, so right now, as we're waiting for these teams to get ready, Entropy versus Light, we're going to see exactly what's going to be played here, what could be brought out here, and I'm kind of eager on that because, you know, I think Robo Ramen is one of those maps where you can kind of just do whatever, and it kind of works if you have that sort of knowledge for it.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you just already mentioned Light here, and I'm just looking through the profiles a bit, and they are all relatively new profiles, probably. I mean, we don't have a lot of Eastern players that use Sendou Inc. on a basis, but I mean, they are here today to play. We don't know what they'll play, which makes this just so much more interesting, because we will all be surprised in the comps that that team will be running.
Yeah, no, and I know for the fact too as well that the Eastern players kind of typically have a bit of a different meta comp than what we see here on the West and on the European side as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how much of that carries on over here for this tournament, for this run, you know, because you might see your staples of Pencil, but you might see some more shakeups. I think I may be tweaking on this, but I want to say, like, I saw some top JP players, like, running, like, recycled Umbrella or something along those lines, or Bowsers, I think. I may be tweaking, though. It has been a while since I actually looked at that side of things.
To be fair, I haven't really looked at Japanese gameplay in a bit as well, so I can't comment on it either. But I mean, we'll see it relatively soon for ourselves here and see how it fares against a I mean, I don't know what Entropy will be running, but since
Mhm,
they are a little bit on the mid to high level side, they might play something that is relatively we're used to, I'll say.
mhm.
So we'll see how they fare against a Japanese comp.
Yeah, no, I definitely can put. I think I can safe to say that you could probably put down some safe bets like a splash, a shot of some kind. Maybe get a little bit spicy in there with something like a vanilla charger or an e-liter because I know those have been coming around depending on the kind of comp that people want to play, depending on the kind of map it is. And I do think e-liter specifically could actually do a lot of work. If your team really knows how to play around it. But like I said earlier, on the light of on in the light of the side for light, the team, and that's really the wild card here. It's no idea what they're going to be bringing along.
Oh, definitely, and I do hope we're going into the match relatively soon. I think the teams are getting ready right now for and picking out the weapons that they are going to be playing. Um, but yeah, I do hope that this match will be interesting, and I, I definitely will be. I can probably
Mhm,
say that it will be an interesting match.
mhm. Yeah, no, it's I've ever since SWS that happened a little while ago, seeing any sort of West versus East matchups has always been a blast to see and sort of blast to actually get the opportunity to actually commentate because it's just a vast difference, not in terms of skill, but just like how play styles and weapon pools and like even mechanics to some degree. Like it's so interesting to see the two sides fight each other, and I think that's one thing I'm really excited to see about it. Who knows? Maybe we judging by what Light has on their profile, which is nothing. It's hard to genuinely guess as to where they land in the skill level side between all the other teams here on ITZ tonight. But Entropy, we have a bit more information about them. We know roughly about where they land skill level wise. So this really is going to be a very cool test to see exactly where Light lands in the grand scheme of things here.
Yeah, exactly. It is a wild card. I think you put it pretty perfectly here. They could either be the best team in the tournament or the worst team in the tournament. We
Mhm.
just don't know. Um, what? Okay. Anyways, um, but I mean, Entropy on the other side, as I've already mentioned before, they have some mid-level, um, to like I think low high level players on
Mhm.
their teams here, with Kathy, Drag, Chris, and Sendou is Zirium there. That's the fourth that we have, all relatively good players as well.
Mhm.
So it will definitely be an interesting match. I do hope that the Japanese team will fare well, maybe even with a relatively non-standard comp, because that's always fun to see. I
Mhm.
mean, we've seen it before with Japanese players and Japanese teams that they pick out the seemingly most confusing comps or weapons and make it work, because I mean, they know the game very, very well, I will say.
Yeah, no, with a community and the scene that like practically lives and breathes Splatoon a lot more than some of our top players here on our side of the globe here, it's very much easy to see exactly how much they have a deeper understanding of the game and what they can do and what can they pull off. But at the very least, no, we should be starting soon. It looks like there's a bit of an issues with having the right players on the right team. I guess first time early nerves. It's early morning for some, late in the evening for others. This is actually is a tournament that's spanning all across like major regions. So it's no surprise that there's some shakeups here already to start off the days. But I'm sure as people start getting the move, it shouldn't take this long to get to the next round.
I think we will have to wait. Like, I think it just happened a couple of times. Like, I mean, you said the teams got scrambled a little bit. I do hope they get it on the third try though, and that we get to see the match after they got their weapons sorted out. But I think with that much time, they should already have their weapons ready.
Mm.
Maybe still need to equip it. I mean, some people like to go in with fake weapons into the lobby to confuse the enemy team, but I don't know if they're pulling that. Most of the time, that's a relatively low level thing from what I've seen. I think like mid level doesn't care about that any any higher players.
Mhm. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if these weapons that we did see in the very brief preview, thanks to our lovely producer Sam, by the way, what's it called? What they brought along, to talk about a little bit about it as we just have a bit more information to go off now. It seems based on what Entropy's bringing along, they have the a pro, the Frozen Pro, a common roller, and an S Blast, which not necessarily out of the left field in terms of comp, but not really a common place that you see too much.
Yeah, especially because it is a carbon and a blaster on the
Mm,
same comp. That is something you definitely don't play a lot because both of them are weapons that need a lot of paint to work.
yeah.
Um, and I mean, the pro can help with that. It really depends what the fourth is running. If
Mm,
they can give enough paint to their two paint-needing front lines, I'll say. And we do also see a brush that is presumably being played by Light on the enemy team. But we don't see more than that yet.
yeah, no, we're still eagerly waiting to see exactly when this match is going to start, what's going to be played by these players, and what we're going to be seeing for sure. I'm sure we're going to be here in the match any minute now, as now it seems that players, yeah, there we go. Here we go, kicking things off. Our first round on our first match of ITZ 49. We have Light versus Entropy.
Exactly, and well, I mean, it's a mini, so it will help with the paint problem, definitely. They don't have a lot of range, and we do see a relatively a standard comp from Light on the enemy team with a decaf, an S-Blast, and a pencil, but we do see a Crab pro here, and we immediately see the members of Light running in and getting a full wipeout immediately in the first 30 seconds of the match, and they're immediately in the front lines with the Crab ready now, getting pushed back even further. Entropy will need to wait out that Crab first.
Oh, good block out here by Light in order to buy themselves as much time as they can. Now we're up for 1-1 trade. Light is the guy who dance. Entry is now on the move to try and get into the second base. Burn that into a second pick. That's even getting a third pick here. No, getting shut down. Cast unfortunately by Bad on the pencil here. But we do see a flame of the hammer just trying to pull some attention here. But the front line is still being held down by Bag. Entropy is not able to actually get past it. Even though there was a good play here, they're not going to be able to capture this zone quite yet, as Light is going to scramble about, take care of the flanker, and be able to secure the zone at least for a little bit longer before they're finally able to break through Entry, potentially trying to get the zone and get those huge penalty points to Light.
Oh, and the pencil barely surviving that carbon on the left side here. And I mean, obviously the carbon is going to want to move in as far as possible. They had to drop though because of that decaf, which gave Light enough time to get back through the right side. Unfortunately, they did not get the zone cap yet. As I speak, they are getting it though, and putting a penalty on Entropy's score, while Entropy is still fighting to keep their flat over here. Their choke with the bubble team up now as well is kind of a very bad position for Entropy to be in, especially with the decap now being in as well and getting the last of them down. The entire team is stationed on the sniper with the pencil as well, which just gives the remaining members of Light so much more space to work with the pencil just forcing Entropy back even further. Oh, well, they got taken out by the missiles.
Yeah, a good opener here from Entropy to potentially try and break through and get to that zone. But unfortunately, it is not enough. Light letting them come to them. Picked off Entropy one by one, dismantling that last minute push in order to try and stay alive for this round or this match for a little bit longer. It takes us down in a relatively dominant fashion.
It was a very dominant match here for Light. They immediately proved themselves by fully locking out Entropy at the start of the match. First 30 seconds, they were immediately on the plat. They did lose the zone at some point, but they got back very, very quickly, got back mid and immediately pushed in very far again and got the knockout that way. So yeah, it was a very very dominant match from Light, and Entropy will need to watch out for the next one and maybe adapt here on Mako Mart.
Yeah, no, definitely something for entry to keep in mind for this next round. Moving into Makeup Bar, you do have the advantage of not being in a more lockout heavy map than you were just on with Robo Robin. Robo Robin very hard to break through. Sometimes you don't have the proper specials to actually get through, and when we saw that entry was able to break through briefly halfway through that last round in order to try and contest the zone and managing able to flip it, but Light was just able to completely get that zone count, they get that push countered and get that hold back once again. Now, Mako Mart though, I think it actually might favor Entropy's playstyle a bit more with all the terrain, the ledges, the corners, a lot of places to hide. S-Slash and Common Roller are gonna really like this map, and I think this is their chance to really try and take this to a 1-1 at the very least.
Oh, definitely. I mean, S Plus is pretty good pretty much anywhere. Right now, it is the best. I mean, I know what you mean. It is a very good blaster map in general, and especially Espas being so high in the meta right now will thrive on that map more than the others can. I mean, it can fully take advantage of the ledges with its really big blast radius in the short modus. But yeah, I mean, the decaf will also kind of like the map. It is not a very big fan of the ledges, but it will still like the corners that it can play around. So we will just have to see what each of the teams have to bring in this match that we're starting right now. Whoa, double blaster.
Ooh, that is a bit of a switcher from both sides. Light bringing out something a bit more unorthodox with that double blaster comp with the heavy edit, but as well, Entropy bringing out the dually just not a weapon you see at all really these days, and it's kind of hard to exactly see what the game plan is on the Entropy side, but I'm sure they brought it out for a good reason here. But Light is able to quickly take hold of this first zone here, moving it together as a beautiful unit, I wanted to say, to try and hunt out that last remaining power player from Entropy.
Oh yeah, and they are immediately getting 2 down as well on the right side. The dudes and the Viper immediately being taken out, and the Blaster looking to get that T-Tech on the left side here. Maybe just not even necessarily getting the pick. I mean, the decaf now got the pick and is immediately behind the entire team. But yes, he had to drop back here to go with that hammer that he's right now. But unfortunately, they were completely alone, which made them a very easy target for Light here. And they are down to the 20s now, down to the 10s, and it is then 2 down again. And well, Entropy will need to push in right this instance, but they keep dropping like flies.
Yeah, no, it's in a close attempt here from Entropy. They actually did manage to flip the zone here, gaining a heavy amount of permanent points to Light to save their lives and keep themselves alive for a little bit longer here. But I don't know if it's going to be enough at the end of the day because Entropy is still very scattered. Light is very coordinated with their team play. They always move as a unit, as a team, as a pair in order to take on these fights, and it's just showing exactly why this kind of game plan is working for them. Entropy has a lot of weapons that kind of favor just 1v1 skirmishes, and if your enemy team is constantly fighting you in 2v1, you're inevitably going to lose that fight. So you got to be very careful with what fights you take, and Entropy is starting to learn that. They're being very careful with their engages, and now they're flipping the script, getting 3 down from Light, taking a good solid hold on the zone here.
Yeah, exactly, and finally maybe Entropy can push in a little bit further with the Rapid being the only one alive, but surviving the encounter with the Viper now looking to get in from the left side here, fighting pretty much a 3v1 over there. Unfortunately losing here as well, and well, the Heavy was able to protect their jump, or the teammates' jump from any further harm. And they're obviously going to try to paint back the zone, and they do, and finally they might have control over the map again. Not really, because the Carbon gets out too, and it's only the decaf left, and the decaf is down now finally as well. Entropy being able to move in, taking the right stack and maybe even left side as well with that Carbon.
no, a good push from Entropy to really take a solid hold here on mid from that initial loss of the zone here earlier. But Light now having to play a bit slow and steady to make sure they can get these secure these picks here against Entropy. With 2 down from Entropy, Light feeling a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident moving in here, popping special after special to try to just secure the zone at the very least, and then clean up Entropy as they follow up afterthought here. And that they do exactly that here. And once again, moving as just a unit of 1, maybe 2 separate groups here, as they're able to constantly take these fights one after another without fear. But now Entropy has caught on. They're starting to actually be able to dismantle those pairings there.
Exactly. I mean, they already got a couple of slight pushes in, but unfortunately they are still losing the 1v1s when it gets to them, and they are 3 down this time as well. The that's not the S plus, that's the Rapid Crow getting stationed on the right side, getting taken out though by the duelies here, finally getting a little bit of a skirmish on, and well, oh, that's a wipe. Oh. There's a lot happening on the screen right now, but I don't think it's enough time to paint the zone. There was a lot happening in the backline, but they couldn't paint the zone.
Yeah, no, I saw the game plan there. Make sure there was at least 1 or 2 of them distracted so they could try and sneak the zone by. But there was too much painting power from the side of Light in order for that plan to work out. And they were able to just hunker down, make sure the zone was probably painted up, and be able to cruise onto that victory at the end there. But man, what a good showing from Light to kick things off here. I know I kept saying this a lot at the last second game, but I was just really clear with how well they moved together as a unit. It was very much mind-blowing in my opinion.
I mean, that's exactly what the comp looks to do, though.
Yeah.
If you look at the weapons, it's a lot of weapons and a lot of specials that just want to use the chip damage of the other players as much as they can, right? The Rapid can give so much chip damage, and the S-Blast and the Decav can just work off of that chip damage so much, and work off of each other's chip damage a lot. And the Heavy Edit is obviously there for a lot of paint, for the cooler output, just generally just the paint aspect, because they definitely need that in the comp with 2 blasters on the roster.
All right, but a good showing nonetheless from Light and Entropy. You know, Entropy probably not wanting to be losing a matches early on in the bracket run, but you know, you still have some work ahead of you, and I'm sure they have the means and the capabilities to be able to make a losers bracket run here. But Entropy moving on to, or not Entropy, Light moving on to round 2 means that they have another chance to try and show off their Eastern prowess here. But that match is done, and with how far we were cut delayed from that first match here, our second match is actually already ready here, folks. No breaks, nothing needed here. We're going to be looking at round number 2 for ITC 49, which is going to be Pain versus No Idea.
Oh yeah, we are 2 teams if Sendou were to load. Thank you. Okay. No Idea has some players that I definitely recognize. Kenshin is on there, a couple of +2 players as well. Okay, Sendou is very slow right now. I think that's probably a thing not only I am struggling with. I think that is just what happens when big tournaments happen. Anyways, on the other side, we do have a couple of I don't think I recognize those players, which makes it actually interesting for me because I don't know what they'll run.
Yeah, I think there might be 1 or 2 names that I recognize, but there really isn't actually like any sort of team play or weapon play styles that actually stands out for me. So this will be a bit of a waiting game to see exactly what's going to be brought on board for either side here. But no, it's definitely going to be a very, definitely going to be another fun matchup nonetheless, especially here kicking things off with the first game of this second round is to be Inkblot Art Academy, which can actually be a bit of a headache depending on who you are and what you play.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it is one of those maps where it is just really easy to lock out once you get in, because the map, not the map, the zone is relatively big, and
Yeah.
there's this massive structure in the middle of it, which makes painting the zone so much more difficult. So if you want to paint or get the zone flip, you have to come from two different sides or use a special to paint one side if the other team is still in the middle fighting for it as well, which makes this map so much more difficult to play than others, because you can't cheese it as easily. For example, with a slider,
Yeah.
you can't slider cheese it, for example.
Nope. Yeah, no. So many times in solo queue, whenever I play this map mode specifically and see the sliders just not do anything because they're so used to the other zones maps that thinking that'll work here. But no, you have to be very mindful on mid of like who is in control of what side, who's on top of the power, the massive stack in mid, and because it's you need in order for the zone to flip, you need to have majority control of it. But that also with this specifically, it means that you need to have one side of it fully painted and then like pretty much half of the other side fully painted. And with it being split, it's kind of hard to keep track on both sides. This is pretty much, as I'm saying it now, I'm like, this is pretty much a pseudo dual zone map because of how you have to play around it.
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. I think that's. I think that explains how you have to fight on this map pretty much exactly.
Yeah.
You have to treat it as a double zoned map. Else, if you treat it like a one zone map, which it theoretically is, but you're probably just not gonna get in as efficiently as you could. So I do hope that the teams are aware of that, or the pickups, I think both of them are pickups, are aware of that, and can play around that fact a lot better than, my brain just turned off for some reason.
No, you're all good. That happens to the best of us, so don't worry about that. But no, yeah, it's just kicking us off England. Now that I'm looking at this is such a weird round for maps. So what is all this? Not only are we kicking off with the England Art Academy for the second round, we're moving to Mahi Mahis, which is also another weird zone map, depending on how you see it on it. And then ship-shaped cargo company to finish it off. That weird map choices here.
Yeah, definitely not maps that you see every day. I mean, Mahi Mahi you kind of see, but Ship Shape, it depends what tournaments you're playing.
Yeah.
But anyways, we are moving into the match, and we see a Bamboo versus a Leecher going on. That's very interesting. We just see a lot of chip damage from the side of No Idea, and Pain also kind of running it, but with a Leecher and a Zap instead.
Yeah, no, very, very interesting weapon comps here from both sides. More so on the side of No Idea, but hey, if you're confident enough to bring a Bamboozler here in ITZ, you got to be cooking up something. And they made it this far, actually. It's the second round of winners here, so it's probably worked some capacity here. And it's working currently, as No Idea is able to push Pain back bit by bit, keeping them locked out in this side of the map here. The Craftic is here to try to stall out this zone here, trying to run away as many points as they can, but unfortunately getting pushed out here as a Pain tends to be able to take the zone here.
Oh, and that S Plus getting out the splash here. Pain finally being able to take control over the zone and maybe moving in further. Unfortunately, the 52 immediately goes down to, I'm not entirely sure what it was, but the S Plus is in the front holding a little bit more control. Oh, and the Leecher hitting their shots just ensures that they can hold that control even further. They do need to watch over the right side though. I think there is a couple of people, but I mean, two are watching it. Unfortunately, one of them traded, which it gives No Idea maybe a little bit more opportunities to move in, and they are looking to get that zone, and they do get the zone, just 1 point shy of losing the lead.
Yeah, bit of a close match there already. 1 point difference between these two teams. Any big swing could really either further your lead or just flip the script here. Now, No Idea once again trying to lock the Pain out as best as they can, but two going down here. The S-Last means that Pain has the opportunity here to move in, get the zone quickly, and try and stop this point lead being widened and furthered here a bit. As now, Pain looking to try to see what they can get to try and get it going. No, 2 down, 3 down for Pain. No Idea what the wipeout on top of it. Just completely cleans it up here at mid.
That was a very, very good push. I don't know if you really registered at the whales helping out their
Yeah.
bucket with the fight. That was insane. And obviously the burst bombs flying as well to maybe chip some of the enemies to help their teammates. Chip damage is a very big thing in this match right now, with the bamboo looking to maybe get someone out of it as well. Being very aggressive with it, I've been realizing they do just kind of run in like a brush sometimes. And we do see the S-Plus was the only one alive, and they got wiped out, and I don't think there's enough time for Pain to get back from this.
Yeah, no, from the pain from the smash in the bucket, if you absolutely need it, there's no way at that point for Pain to be able to recover from that. An unfortunate loss there for Pain for what seems for being able to close the gap against No Idea with a bamboozler weapon comp as well. I mean, you said it yourself. Chip damage is the name of the game here for what they're trying to do, and with so many sources of chip damage coming all around. You know what's funny too? It makes you wonder if this weapon comp kind of came out from the fact that Sendou recently put out that update on their site where it gives like damage values for chip related stuff, and to get a good idea as to like what combos are good for your team with the weapons you have.
Oh right, yeah, I did see that briefly, that's been added. I have not played around with it yet, but it is a very good update, and I can definitely see that they might have looked around that tool a bit to see what damage numbers pair with each other, as you just said. And I mean, it's a very useful tool. I think Sendou.inc has been adding very useful tools for both TOs and players alike.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying the updates as a TO myself, and yeah, I do think that those do help with you know, expanding our knowledge of comms, because it just makes stuff a lot easier than having to, you know, look up everything single-handedly, and then having to you know, mathematically, you know, I mean, it's just adding up, but you know, a lot of people still think that is a lot to do, and I don't blame them. It can be kind of annoying.
Yeah, but no, now with that first round done, No Idea 0-1 in their favor with a bamboozler. And I genuinely did not wake up this morning and was like, oh, I'm gonna commentate bamboozler in ITZ today. That was not on my bucket list or on my planner at all. But you know, here we are. I guess this is what we're doing now. And now, quickly moving on to our second game of the day, our second round, our second match of this round, we are gonna be head to Mahi Mahi Zone.
Mahi Mahi, probably the most played of the three that we might potentially see in this match, and we do still see the Bamboozler, but we have moved into a Dreadwinger this time for the probably, I'm assuming, slider cheese that you can do very easily on this specific map. And we do see immediately a crab coming out, taking control over the right side. Pain having to either jump out or just immediately get taken out. The 52 getting picked as well now, and well, No Idea is still in it. They are moving, well, they are not moving in right now because they're,
Ooh, that is a huge swing with the reslider. Getting 2 down means that they are able to secure a solid hold with the first 40 points, letting the water level drop now for No Idea. And they're still running away with these points, folks. You know, with these water level now open, it means that Pain has a bit more room to move around with it, play around and get around this chip that becomes No Idea. But I'm not sure if it's going to be worthwhile. The favor is 2 goes down. Yeah, again for the Pain. Just keeps this, just flip the script here. I had lost the words to how fast that fight swapped there.
It did swap like in an instant here, and we just see Pain having somewhat control over mid right now. There is still a lot of orange patches, but that will probably just go to the Zap once they want to farm cooler again. But we see the slider. Unfortunately, they are not able to cap the zone, and it is kind of just, it was kind of just wasted. They went down, didn't get the cap, but the rest of No Idea is able to move in slightly. They are only 2 up right now, but they are still present on the map, and they are, well, they lose the lead here as all of them go down.
and it's not looking good for No Idea. They only have one fight, one push left in them in order to try to take away this second game here. And Pain knows that. They're trying to lock them as best they can. We see the Booyah up. I'm coming out to try and stall them out. Pain, No Idea is grouped up there, looking to try to find the opportunity to push in, but no. Two clumped up together, not wanting to hard commit to a fight means that No Idea, unfortunately, losing out on that push, and Pain takes his second game, making it a 1-1 tie right now.
I am very happy about that. It looks like the sides have kind of switched this match. I mean, in the first match, both teams had solid pushes in both matches, but it was kind of in one favor at some point for one team, and it was kind of the opposite team in both matches. So we will just have to see what they do on I wanted to say Sturgeon. That is a different map. Ship Shape. What they do on Ship Shape instead, if one of them is able to knock out once again and knock out the other team, or if it becomes a stall mate and just kind of flips back and forth.
Yeah, no, Ship Shape definitely is. From the last round, what we saw with Robo Ramen being a lockout heavy map, this one is the premier lockout heavy map here, folks. You got to be very mindful on what's going on in the game, what specials you have online, who's actually up from either side, because you don't pay attention to all those details, and it kind of gets muddled around, and you just can't break through this hole here. So this is definitely an important match from both sides in order to try and make sure that doesn't happen, especially with the Bamboozler comp. I think if you're the Bamboozler side and you get locked in here, you're just kind of over with. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, both the Bamboozler and the Leecher kind of have some advantages on this map. It is a map that very much favors longer range weapons in certain areas, especially towards the like sides. But we do see very big fights happening. Two people of No Idea going down right now. The third following as well, and probably the Dread as well. And the S-Blast just running in, trying to find the next couple. Unfortunately, they go down, but the 52 is able to clean up, and Pain is able to take the first couple of points here, and maybe they could stall out to get a key. Oh!
Oh, what a beautiful snipe from the E-leader here to get that crowd take cancelled out. And like I mentioned earlier, a very lockout-heavy scenario here. No Idea struggling to actually keep up with the range and the pressure from the E-leader, with the powers of the 52, with the S-Blast hiding under these ledges. You can't really do much of anything right now if you don't have those specials. We do see the Restarter is online, but it gets cancelled out once again. Redrigger not up for his final push here, and Pain just utterly dominating here, and they clean 100-0 for No Idea.
Oh my god. Okay. It was honestly just the combo of the Leecher watching from the high ground. That is just the premier place for the Leecher to be at. They can watch over everything that is happening on the other side of the map, and they can hit very disgusting shots, and the 52 getting a triple here at the end as well. Just kind of fully sealed the deal for Pain here, coming back with a 2-1 after losing on the Inkblot. I keep mixing up maps.
No, it is all fair in play here. I mean, it was a very good showing from both teams at the very least. Bamboozler, not what you see at all here, so it was at least a treat to see it in action, even though it didn't pan out for them that well at the very end there. But now Pain 2-1 over No Idea. They're gonna be moving on to the next round of winner's side of the bracket here on No Idea. Unfortunately, getting kicked down to loser's bracket, but I have faith that they have a good shot to do just damage or do damage down there in loser's bracket here. But yeah, so we're gonna be heading on to a quick break here, folks, as we get our next round ready. It's not gonna be that long of a break, so don't go anywhere just yet, folks. Grab your food, snacks, and waters. Use the restroom break if you need to. We'll be right back here in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. We are back within the zone still. We are moving into a best of 5 now with, we have Friends versus Lego Gourmet Race on the set right now, playing, as I said, a best of 5.
Mhm. Yeah, no. Now, deeper in the bracket we go. We are shifted to best of three to best of five. So there's some more opportunities for these players to play these games to try and get those maybe razor thin victories over another, and then maybe like a 2-2 scenario, match point kind of deal, which always exciting to see. But no, as you mentioned earlier, we are seeing Friends versus Lego Gourmet Race, and I know this is gonna be once again another a wonderful game to match here, game to watch here, especially since we're starting on Hagglefish Market.
Oh, Hagglefish Market, my beloved. It is also a very popular map mode. I mean, it's just I think a good map. It does have the little I'll say the chokehold in mid that you definitely have to get through. I think that is its one negative trade, especially on zones, because that is where all the fights will be happening. And it is in this little cramped area, so you will definitely need things that can clear out that small bit. Maybe, a crab, a slider, anything like that will do, and we will see if any of these two teams will actually take that into account.
Yeah, no, Slider can be absolutely brutal here if used at the right time, so it's definitely gonna be something to keep in mind here. But as for what we might see, we might actually see the return of an E leader of some kind, or like another like long range backline weapon to sit on top of its heads from either side. We could see some skirmishing weapons like a roller or a blaster or a wiper to try and take advantage of the any of the left or right flanks. This is another one of those maps where you can kind of get away with a lot of different things and have it still work at the end, just because the map kind of is open to all kinds of interpretation.
That is very true, and I do hope the two flank sides will be used a lot, because that is where you see a lot of fun things happening, and we see a 10. That is one of those... Huh? Okay, we see a blah 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 on the on the side of Friends. I'm so taken aback right now. I don't think I've ever commentated a blah blah before, but we are now, and we do see Lego Gourmet Race immediately going into the side of Friends and taking that space and taking out that blah blubber and the S-Blast first of all.
Yeah, I mean, I knew exactly where that blob lover wanted to set up, and they were there for a little bit before unfortunately getting picked out immediately. But now we see both players from Lego Gourmet sitting on that test to make sure that Friends cannot get up there, especially online and ready. Kilowell and the Inkzuka being used in conjunction of one another to really apply that pressure, to really get that displacement. And once again, down with another wipeout. Lego Gourmet is just running away with this game, running away with these points, down to 45 points remaining already.
Yeah, and the tent is just keeps shielding the bomb, taking out that zap, delaying the cooler even further. I don't think they can wait for cooler anymore. They just have to go now with the Booyah being fired right now as well. And for the bucket going down. It's the zap only. The zap going down to the pencil, and that is a quick 100-0 run from Lego Gourmet Race.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an unfortunate thing, really. I mean, Gourmet Race, we've seen them run through do their runs for the NA League. They're a well-known high-level team, and Friends. No, I don't know them entirely that well, but they at least made it this far in the bracket, so they have a lot of good fights at the very least. But this pairing doesn't seem to be very much Friends' favorite, at least for this battle specifically, because Gourmet Race seems to know exactly what to do, exactly what to target, and when exactly to move it, because it was just wipeout after wipeout after wipeout.
Yeah, to be fair, I do gotta say that on well, okay. Anyways, on that map specifically, like it's not easy to lock out, but once you're very far in, and I mean Lego Gourmet Race was just in their spawn, immediately, it can be very difficult to get back, because every way you can approach from becomes very predictable.
Yeah.
So it can be really easy, especially if you have buckets or S-Blasts. well, on the team, it can be easy to stall. Anyways, we're moving into the next match here. Mako Mart once again. And let's see, we do still see the Blob Blobber though, so that is not a pick they reserved for Hagglefish.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, it seems like they're very confident with this sort of here on the side of France, having faith in their players to get the picks they need and do what they need to do. But Gourmet Race out of the gate, 2 picks already, having a solid hold on mid here. But we do see AZ flanking on the right-hand side here, potentially see if we can get a pick at any time, but no, unfortunately is forced out. And running into Tenebrella as they jump out, kind of a jump scare for any sort of pro-life player seeing Tenebrella right there out of nowhere. But no, France now trying to put a good fight and get the zone. They're getting a small amount of points to do like a Gourmet Race as they are now just trying to get out here today. Especially even be able to take a solid hold now.
Yeah, exactly. And the blasts are getting out 2, maybe even potentially 3. Yes, they do. And the last guy, I think, had to jump out. It was probably the pencil, let's be honest. And they are being stationed immediately at the top left here, knowing where the S plus is and trying to find them. Ledges kind of doing that. Oh, that pen was they knew what they were doing, and they get back the zone here. Penta obviously going to station on the right stack, as we're used to them doing. And well, friends will need to go back, but they do have the lead for now, but probably not for long.
Yeah, no, he's good. Let the little Gourmet Race to take this from mid. Now be the one to get the keep friends in a lockup scenario here. But True going on. 2 going down on their side, these friends will be quickly moving in here to try and take advantage of that. Getting the 10, which is a huge pick here. No one walls, no one moving forward over the time being. As now they're looking to try to contest the zone, and with the tactical as well. But no, they're getting picks one by one, and now Lego Gourmet still has control of the zone here. MG closer to that zone, the lead flip, and they get it here. That's going to be a huge thing on their side to get things back under control here. But no, Friends is able to take control of the zone and prevent that swap.
Exactly, and we do see the Blob now on the left side trying to hold ledge camping from all the way below there. I mean, I guess that is a thing that Blob can definitely do with its long range, and they do get a pick! They do get a pick here and trying to get back onto the left side, but they do know about the flank that is trying to come and get them. They weaken them, and their teammate is able to finish that kill off, and the lead is now ticking down as well. They are getting more points as the time passes by, and well, the 10 is...
Oh, I don't know if that was a good use of the special there to get that pick, trading it down, you lose, actually that special for a little bit intent as it takes a long time to get that zoom though, which could have been a crucial pick here in order to try and cancel out this try strikes in any way, shape, or form. But no, Lego Gourmet Race unfortunately not able to recover from that loss there, and was unfortunately just locked out and stalled out long enough for Friends to be able to take this second game here.
Exactly, but I mean, that is good for Friends here. They are able to neutralize this score and prevent them from being in, I'll say, a bad position with, you know, the opponents going 2-0. And they are going to move on to Barnacle and Dime, which I think for the Blob is actually a good map.
Yeah. No, the Blob here can be very terrifying if Lego Gourmet Race isn't aware of the positioning of the Blob, as well as having the tools they need to try and push back and push out the Blob. You know, it's a flat map with a few high points where the Blob can set up, and if the Blob sits up there, it can just utterly just provide so much area denial, so much pressure at any given point, and a lot of times, and it's just it can be scary. But Lego Gourmet Race, you know, they've shown already from their first game that they have the tools to try and push back against France and keep them in check for the most part. But it's just gonna be about trying to make sure that Lego Gourmet Race doesn't get into an unfavorable position. And now, there we go. Welcome back to the stream.
I have no idea what is happening right now. I am used to my Wi-Fi just crashing out like occasionally, but this often I'm kind of worried. But I do hope it is fine now. I hope I'm back, and we do see the same comms still on both sides, I believe, unless I'm missing something. We do still see the Blob that is looking to get the picks, get the chip damage, get the paint on for their team.
exactly where you want to be with this block going to try and push out level gourmet race. But a good pick from Hayden here with the pencil means that they're able to they can find the space that level gourmet race needs to actually take the zone here and start moving out to make sure that they prevent that block that is setting up here. One way that level gourmet race is the end of the world here as long as they can keep the zone under their control as long as they can.
Zone is very contested right now. Lego Gourmet Race finally being able to take control over the stack on the side of Friends' side of the map here, and they're very far in with the 52, getting the pick on the bucket here and positioning themselves below the ledge, having to jump out to their teammates. But because their teammates are also so far forward, it is basically not a time loss.
Now Lego Gourmet Race are running away with this game, having a huge lead on the side against Friends, but 2-1 now means that Friends have an opportunity here to try to flip the script. They're going to move it quickly. The charge strikes is used against from Lego Gourmet Race to try and keep them in check, but it finds no one. The counter strikes hits 2, and now Tactical Online, they're going to move up and be able to try and set up properly here to try and close the gap as best they can.
Yeah, but unfortunately, 2 people of Friends did just go down, and there goes the third, and the jump gets cancelled as well. It is only the blob right now up, and they will have to move back a little bit if they want to survive this here. And well, 2 of their teammates are down once again, and they will just need to stall for control and stall for time until they get back, because that is their teammate frontlines that will have to get them in. And whoa! Okay, the tent is gone. The tent is gone. That is good here for Friends. They will need to move in with that. The 52 is gone now as well. The tent is back though. They will need to watch out for that if they can get it. They should definitely. I mean, it is not in a good positioning. Oh! The pen dying as well. There's a lot happening. A lot of jumps as well.
Yeah, no, that was a good clip from Friends there in order to try and just use that initial kick against to really cause some chaos. And now Lego Gourmet Race now in the back foot here with Hayden specifically out. That means that they're gonna have to wait a little bit longer to get that cooler online. And Friends, that just means that they can run away with this initial push here. But we do see the pressure come and try and contest the zone at least a little bit. But no, once again, Hayden shut down by the bucket. This is looking very good for Friends here. They keep this momentum in their favor here. Really gonna be able to flip this lead at the very least here. But no, unfortunately for Friends, they do lose some power here, and Lego Gourmet was able to quickly move in and at least take the zone once again.
Would you see a flank here from the S Plus and moving the pencil out of their positioning, and we do see the rest of Friends taking back control in mid here, setting themselves up onto the stack from Lego Gourmet Race and just taking back control, and they are in lead right now. If they can just stall out a little bit, they might be able to get it. More of the strikes and the whales coming out, and their zap going down at the
And this is a close game from both sides. The 2 points in front of here means that any big screen could be monumental for either side here. Now Lego Gourmet Race is looking to try and make sure they can potentially flip the lead once again as Friends. They have specials online at the very least, and we will continue to try to display Lego Gourmet Race to get something going on their side here. But Friends is desperately waiting for that opportunity here with the tri-strikes to try and flip the zone right before it can swap. That is huge!
Oh my god. But I mean, they are very close to breaking. What is happening?
Oh my, there's so much happening right now.
This is horrible. There is a lot happening, and Friends do get back the zone here. They will need to get back lead, though, if they want to win this match. Oh, the Zuka coming from behind, getting a pick, and maybe even getting another pick, and they do.
Lego Gourmet Race needs to make sure they have control of the zone, or else we'll be heading through overtime against Friends, which I don't think is the situation they want to be in here. And now, with 2 seconds left in time, we will be going into overtime.
But I mean, they...
going to be trying their best here to try and stall out for their team, try to stall out for their time. Friends now in the driver's seat, Booyah Bomb at the ready, looking to try and see exactly how they want to stall it out. Only 10 seconds ready for their penalty, but before it plays from the side, but Lego Mayray seems to move it down, but unfortunately not enough players, not enough paint power is on their side, and Friends takes the lead there.
They do take the lead after some fighting. That Booyah really did save the day at that point, just forcing the tent out of their position and just...
Oh man, that
or
was...
just generally happening. My entire...
Uh-oh. This is not a good sign for the
No.
remainder of this block.
I am genuinely at a loss of what my Wi-Fi was doing that like last 2 minutes of that match. It kept crashing and then kept coming back. I'm not entirely sure what's happening right now. I do hope that it gets better though.
I hope so as well, but still, nonetheless, that third game here was a close one. Both sides just fighting tooth and nail at the very end there with a 1-point differential that was decided in the last final moments of that game. And now heading to match number 4, match point in favor of Friends here. We're gonna be seeing a very, very interesting map with Sturgeon Shipyard.
Sturgeon, I mean, you used to see that map a lot at start of Splatoon 3, but nowadays it has kind of, you know, it's not as popular anymore. It's kind of in the back burner for the maps, but we see it today, and we see a Bucket immediately down there in Fight Club, getting the first pick here on the Sea Blaster, and, well, Friends is able to probably take the first zone control if they can paint the zone. Yes, they can here, and the Bucket obviously trying to take high ground. Both Buckets are trying to take high ground, actually. Unfortunately, they are marked right now, so they will need to be careful about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's going to be a very nasty combo with the Blob Lover and the Bucket. Look, that's definitely delivering a second same angle to be absolutely just monstrous in favor for FNC. And now they're looking to just try and stall for time as long as they can, potentially even being able to write it down to victory if they can block them out well enough here. Let's go Mary Race though, no switches online, so they're looking to try and see what that opening can be. Had to put it into the top here as soon as they got it, and now 2 down for Friends, meaning Lego Mary Race has a huge spree, huge momentum in their favor to get the zone flipped in a matter of seconds.
Oh, that was a nasty flick from the Bucket on the side of Friends here, but the rest of but Lego Gourmet Freight are trying to get back and get as far in as possible. It is a 3v3 right now, but they do get the pick on the S-Blast here, and which is a good pick here for them. They will need to up with that, and they get a one-shot here, taking out another of Friends. And I mean, they are moving in. We do see Miner over there getting in with the tent shield, or getting in behind the tent shield to maybe get in as much as possible.
Yeah, and now there's a very good position for Lego Gourmet Race, not allowing Friends to actually move up at all. Means that Blob Lover is going to lose a lot of its effective power here. And with a wipeout with only 10 points remaining, just like that, Lego Gourmet Race is able to clean this up, take this to 2-2 scenario. And now we're at match point for the second time here against Friends as we head into match number 5.
That was a very quick game, we gotta say. I mean, Friends was able to hold for a bit, but once Lego Gourmet Race had the control, they just kept it. And well, they had that momentum for that match. Maybe they can take it into the last one, which we're gonna see Inkblot Art Academy once again. I mean, we've already talked about it. It is a very paint heavy, like basically a double zoned map. But I mean, again, it's actually genuinely, I think, a good map for the Blob. The Blob can paint here a lot. They can paint around the corners, which is a very valuable trait to have in this on this map. And they can sit on top mid, and so will the Pencil once they can get there.
Yeah, no, I think if Blob can sit up in mid here, that could be absolutely wonderful and amazing for Friends. That's exactly where they want that block to sit, because you have access to the the I forget call outs here, but they have access to platform for from Lego Gourmet Race. You have access to any of the flanking routes from Lego Gourmet Race. You just have so many angles you can cover if that Blob Lover sits up there. So it's gonna be crucial here for friends to try and take that. While it's gonna be crucial for Lego Gourmet Race to try and prevent that.
Exactly, and I mean, the tent will probably also try to get in from the flanks. They can control that really well with the narrower, that's a weird word to pronounce, with the narrower corridors on the sides here, and we do... Oh, the S-Bus unfortunately gets taken out immediately on the left side here, which gives Friends a lot of control, maybe potentially, but unfortunately their S-Bus also goes down to the bucket. And well, actually, Lego Gourmet Race is able to establish control first here, with them taking out... well, no, actually, what? They are very far in, but they don't have zone, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, no, it
What?
was a very hectic opener from both sides. The Lego Gourmet Race is now in the driver's seat here as Friends are backed up to their side of Plat, to their side of Bats here, as now Lego Gourmet Race is just hiding under these ledges, trying to get these pokes, these kicks to make sure that they're weak enough to not want to try and engage on them. But we do see the tactical, not the tactical, the Booyah Bomb and the Tri-Strikes coming in to try and flip the zone, but it doesn't come out that well for Friends as they're unfortunately not going to have the painting power to close it out. And 2 going down to the Goji here, which is a huge swing on their side to be able to keep control of the zone.
Exactly, and with the tent being up here and being able to stall out the left side here, it might be difficult for Friends to move in. They do definitely need that tent gone from the left side. They don't want it going on their plat and taking control over there, which they are definitely doing right now, with the tent shield probably being up as well. The tent is dead though, so that will mean they will need to move on in, especially with the last 20 points remaining. They do take control of the zone here, putting a relatively large penalty on Lego Gourmet Race, and maybe Friends is able to take back a little bit control on the enemy plat as well, with the strikes coming out, especially now, and the bucket jumping across and taking the pick as well.
Yeah, no, and now we're exactly where Friends wants to be here. We have the Blob Lobber just sitting on mid here, just being able to apply any pressure. We do see the remaining players of Friends push up to enemy plat here to try and create some pressure, to try and create some fear for Lego Gourmet Race pushing in here, but they're forced to back out as we do see the Tri-Strikes come in, contest the zone at the very least, not being able to fully flip it, but no, now Friends is starting to run away with the points. They have a huge momentum here, and they can absolutely take away this game if Lego Gourmet Race is not careful.
And they are... Well, they got a pick here. The lead has fallen to Friends now, and Lego Gourmet Race will need to move in right now. It is not a lot of time left. It is not enough time left, and Friends is able to take this last game, putting a 3-2 score into winners bracket round 3.2 here with a Blob Lobber, a very unconventional pick.
Yeah, no, a good showing from Friends here, showing that the Blob Lobber can absolutely be pivotal to their playstyle, and it showed exactly just how much pressure and how much power it can bring to the table if you position it properly here. Lego Gourmet Race was unfortunately not able to keep up with it, and now they're going to have to be clawing out a loser's bracket here if they want to try and take the #1 victory here today for ITZ, number 49. But 3-2 victory for Friends, that's exactly what you want to see, and exactly how what things you want to pull off here to move on deeper into this bracket.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I do think it was a very close set. We do have to acknowledge that Lego Gourmet Race did not go down without a fight here. I mean, we went into Game 5, that already says enough, and they did have some really good fights. So we will see what they can bring out or dish out in losers bracket. Maybe we will see them later on in the night or day, whatever time it is for you all. Or in today's In The Zone stream, if they manage to do well down there, and Friends will be moving on with that against Seed 1 Besto Friendo in winners bracket round 4 next. But we will be watching Duck motive versus either in the zone or Pain that we've already seen. But they have well, in the zone versus Pain is not done yet, so I think we will take a very small break and watch for them to conclude their match, and then get the teams into the lobby.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, and some of us in between. My name is Doug. I'm here with Ray, and we're coming at you with round number 4 for winners bracket here at ITZ 49.
Yes, exactly. And for this match, for this set, we have in the zone. This seems to be a new thing happening. In when I commentated Paddling Pool on Wednesday, there was also a team called Paddling Pool that we had to stream. That seems to be the new trend right now versus Dark Motive. I think a team, they used to be a team from a couple of years back. I remember Red Shell personally. And a couple of other players in the zone, obviously. We have Rayu, Jared, Batk, and I'm not actually entirely sure who that is. Oh, that's Azad. Of course it's Azad. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very much excited for this matchup. You know, Dapple Team has been on the up and up as of recently, being more active, more often, and playing a lot of these more tournaments a lot more in the zone. I believe in the zones pick up from just like various other players here, so you know I'm sure they have a lot of great things to to do and to offer here. But no, to kick things off with this 4th round here, we're gonna be starting off on Brian Waters Rings, the map that is known to have one of the smallest zones in the game.
Yeah, and everybody has their own opinions about this map, but the general consensus is just it is not that liked, especially because long-range weapons have a very big advantage on this map. Not only is the zone small, but the entire map is just mini. It is very, very tiny and very cramped. So anything long range will have a field trip on this map, and we do see immediately a pencil that will be, or pencil on both sides that will be having that field trip.
Yeah, and of course we do see the ones that I have on here is Dapple Team on the side for Cadence. See to pull out the VDS, which is once again not what you see played too often, but I'm sure they have a reason to bring it out here. And already out the gate, both these teams are fighting it out for this very small, very tight zone. Only for Dapple Team to be able to do what they're on and take control of it and moving up very fast with a Tactical on their side. Looks trying to get pick up. Unfortunately, though, Dapple Team does get disconnected here. We might see a replay. Yeah, there's the replay.
Yeah, we will definitely see the replay. That is very unfortunate because, I mean, we just all saw it. It was a very, very good start of the match for Dark Motive. I mean, you know, disconnects happen. We are playing Splatoon 3. I think we all know that I mean, it might not even be the player's fault or the Wi-Fi of that player. It might just be Splatoon 3. It is, we all know that problem.
Yeah. So it happens to the best of us. Nothing more we can do other than just be like replay it and move on. You know, it is unfortunate though, like as you mentioned though, that Duckworld Team. It was Duckworld Team that disconnected because they're the ones that had that really solid opening on their side. So it's going to be a question of can they pull that off again here on this replay, or if they're going to go a bit different. Because now you're starting off this first round with some knowledge as to what the enemy team is going to do to begin with. So things can change a lot here into the second replay of this first match.
Oh, definitely. I mean, in the zone consists of really good players, and I mean obviously the pickup that we're talking about. They consist of really good players. They have just seen what Dark Motive has packed out against them, and they will obviously try to adapt to that so that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and as we're waiting here for the 4th player of Double Teeth to come on in, you know, it's very interesting to see from what was brought out here. I really don't know what VDS's plan is for Double Teeth to keep it a buck there. It's kind of just there in my opinion, but I guess something's working on that end because it worked out for their opener, so they're able to actually get a solid, good push against in the zone, and was able to actually start trying and gear up for a lockout scenario there. So, I mean, there's a reason why I'm back here not playing, you know, but
I mean, the only thing I can think of right now, I mean, they were also playing the Viper. And I am assuming they just went into full, just run in and just try to overwhelm the opponent and distract the opponent as much as possible with two weapons that tend to play more as distractions rather than slayers, with the dually sculptures and the wiper, and we'll see if they can pull that off again this time, or if In the Zone can fight back this time and maybe flip the tides a bit in this replay.
Yeah, no, rewinding the clock, we're starting things off yet again here for either side. See exactly if Double Team can get that opener that they had earlier happen once again here. It might be possible, it might not be possible. It's starting to say it's still a relatively even side, you know. Right, Showboy gets deep with the hammer, probably gonna get trade out at the best here against Ryu, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. Double Team actually is able to stay consistent at the very least and get a solid opener and get a good push happening on their end.
Exactly, but we do see the members of In the Zone running back in.
Ooh. Oh man.
But we do see that the dually sculptures doing their.
Oh. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
You are good.
I think I am. I think I'm good. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Okay, we do see In the Zone taking back zone this time and maybe moving in a little bit further and getting that lead finally, and you know, preventing Motive from going in and being annoying rats, I'll say, with Red Shell. But we do see Red Shell going in with that hammer, but Ryu immediately countering with another hammer, but has to drop down into the left side. But we do see Motive kind of struggling to get into the zone.
Yeah, no, but in a matter of seconds In the Zone, loses too many players, loses too much pressure here in mid, and Double Team is able to move in, take the pace they need, take the space they need to actually get another push going here. Kaden picking up the S-Blast, now being able to move up as a deep end if they choose to with their tactical online, and now Mr. Boss having to win them online as well. This could be a very devastating push here for Double Team in order to hold the In the Zone back, keep them in check here. Crabdick and the Clue coming online on the ITC, but both teams looking to try and hold on to the wrist again, use the Booyah Bomb to cut off their entrance here, but they're just opting to look to try and take the zone as best they can. One going on the defense, but unfortunately gets shut down, and the ITC flips the zone, but there are 3 down. I don't think that push was worth it for them.
Oh, that was a really good wipeout. Unfortunately, In the Zone was able to take the zone back for just a second, but Motive is back in control over their side. Unfortunately, 2-3 go down for them now, and it is time for In the Zone to get back that control, and now they are here. They are in the other side of the map, taking out that crab. Oh, the stamp, taking out the crab here, getting two people down now for In the Zone, unfortunately for them, but they do hold still control over the zone, but that might change any second here. Okay, no it doesn't, and they do take the lead.
Yeah, a good lead something from In the Zone means that Dapple Team only has probably one more team fight in order to try and recover this game, say, a bit more in their favor. But going on the defense, ITC overextends a little bit as one player goes down. They need to move in fast, Dapple Team, in order to try and contest the zone. It's going to be a bit easier since it is a small zone. A good way up to do it here, and it's getting into those sides. Both teams on both sides trying to pay as desperately as they can, and Dapple Team does manage to come out on top with the painting war, and 2 down from ITC means that they can go in on the offensive here and try and get the gear up for another lockout.
Yeah, they do. They are trying to paint as much as they can in the front here, but In the Zone is immediately back with a crab and a stamp being ready to be thrown, and unfortunately Red Shell goes here down. It does trade out the mini here. It is a but In the Zone is 2 down, 3 down now. It is only the pencil, and the pencil is taken out as well. That Motive can move back in very far, actually. Red Shell having to drop here though to watch that other player from In the Zone. Everyone having to drop, actually.
Yeah, backing up a bit. Double team. I want to overextend here and now of all the times because an overextension could be absolutely brutal for any recoveries here. 26 remaining for end zone in order for them to try and recontest the zone as best they can. They are down one player, so they need to move in fast. If you want to try to go for a last minute Hail Mary, or does come down and drop down, but don't get shut down immediately. They're looking to try to pace the zone desperately. Double team though just has to keep it in their favor, and that they do. A close game. Oh my goodness, as I'm coughing up here as Double team takes his first game over in the zone.
Yeah, there was a lot happening at the end here. I mean, in the zone definitely tried their best in taking that zone back and maybe putting a penalty onto Doc Motive, but they were not able to do that. And well, Doc Motive were able to just secure that win by just knocking out fully. And we're gonna be moving on to Museum D'Alfonsino next.
Yeah, Museum Dolfonsino is a bit of a weirder map, because the zone sits under the spinner in mid, so you got to be very mindful as to what is going on around at all times with that spinner to make sure that you can actually take proper control of mid. A lot of this game revolves around spinner control on all three spots, whether it be in mid or the two spinners on either side of the map in your favor or the enemy side, depending on which way you're looking at. But no, it's definitely an interesting map at the very least, and I don't know for sure if we might see the same weapons here or not.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, we will definitely see the pencils. I think no one is fighting against that. The pencils will stay. If we do continue to see the, I mean, I do kind of can see Doc Motive staying because, I mean, most teams do have the mentality of if it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
And it did work in their favor last match. And I think even then, I think that comp does work relatively well here with being able to take on the plats of the opponent, and we'll see if they do stick. And well, they do stick. Both teams stick actually. Both are very confident in what their comps can achieve.
Yeah, no major changes means that they know exactly how they want to play this out, even if this map is a bit of a different tempo-wise from Fine Water. And already, just an utter bloodbath from either side. Picks going down from each side. Now it's just Gator versus Rayu to try and close out this map here. And now, even if that goes down for a one-for-one trade, we're practically back down to resetting to a neutral zero starting point until IDZ comes in, gets the pick, ends up in, is able to probably take control of the zone here. But no, it's still not under the control zone just yet, folks are finally falling in favor of ITZ.
Yeah, Rich, what? Okay, we have two people poofing on the side of in the zone this time. I feel like there's some slight connection issues in this lobby specifically. But, we're just gonna have to wait and see if, I mean, that was a bloodbath, you did say that, as it was happening, and we'll see if that continues to happen. I think that is just a thing with Museum, though, because you have to drop into this middle section of the map, and there is no straight way back into your plat. You just kind of, run in, and then you see what happens. If you survive, you survive. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, no, this mid here is definitely a commitment kind of approach here because, like you said, there's no easy way to get back to your side of the map. So you have to be very confident that if you do drop down, you have the space, you have the area, you have the damage to take the fights, because otherwise you're just gonna get zoned out and just punished almost immediately. So a lot of this. I think a lot of this map kind of comes down to awareness on all levels because it's so easy for you to just make the wrong positional mistake and you get punished quickly, and then next thing you know you're fighting for your life on your side of the map. So I'm sure these teams are more than capable of handling that, but it's still something to keep in mind nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, we did see them. I mean, it was a 1v1 at some point in that match. It was just the Wiper versus that. I think it was that wasn't the Wiper. That was the Dually Scotchers versus the Mini. And well, I think they traded out again, but the S Plus was able to jump in just in time. And it was, I mean, nothing. I mean, a lot happened in that match, but score-wise, nothing big happened yet, and we'll see if that happens again, or maybe one of the teams is able to just immediately secure a team fight in mid instead of everyone going down.
Yeah, no, that I'll say that I've never seen an opener like that before to any skill. It genuinely blew me away to see it. But no, we are still going to be waiting for these teams to come on in and recover Duckwood teams, recover their players as we head into this next round here. Museum Dolphins, such a weird zones map.
Okay, we are being informed right now that one of the members of In the Zone, Ryu's Wi-Fi went out, and he's now playing on hotspot. So we'll see if that works any better than the Wi-Fi. But apparently I'm not the only one having Wi-Fi issues, so that's good to know. Anyways, the comms are obviously staying. It is a replay for the second time here, and we'll see what happens. We see flanks on both sides immediately again with the Viper. Immediately getting taken out though. The dualies as well, and In the Zone is making quick work here now. They're immediately on the flat as well with Jared over there, taking that spinner section and ensuring that Duckwood isn't even able to get back on their flat safely.
Yeah, no, this is a good hold from ITC in order to try and stall out for as many points as they can to keep that full team in check. We do see the hammer online for Duckwood team that could be popping at any moment on top of Connect Cooler here, so it's going to be there trying to push out here to get break past this wall here, but the wall is too much. ITZ has his passion from absolute defense that can't be broken by Duckwood team, even though a player does go down to the Buena bomb. Duckwood team still losing players left and right, and now only 36 remaining. They got to move it fast. There's only one team remaining here, realistically.
Yeah, and Jared is trying to fight over the right side here with Azad jumping back to him and taking a little bit more control, but the zone does flip to Dark Motive here, and Jared with the crab right side trying to maybe stall out a little bit more time, opting to not jump out but instead stay there and keep that control, surviving all of that and being able to rejoin his teammates. Meanwhile, the zone has already flipped as well, and Rachel is fighting for their life on the right side.
There's all these skirmishes happening all across the map at every single moment of the time, but it's Duckwood team who's slowly losing ground, unfortunately, for this side. The penalty points from ITZ that they got from the first loss of the zone is actually gone at this point. Now they're trying to close out this game here. Tactic is online here and can be used to try and stall things out even further here, but Duckwood team is definitely jumping, trying to make an angle for them so they can contest the zone here, but 5 seconds remaining. ITZ has the remaining power to keep it consistent on their side, and just like that, they're able to clean up this second game, making this a 1-1 scenario.
Yes, they also managed to even out the score here, and it was a very quick, I mean, not 100-0, but still a very quick game nonetheless. They were able to establish control over the plat and over the below the plat area so well that, I mean, Duck Motive wasn't able to move in, especially at the end here. The crab just did so much as well. The crab times, or the timings of that crab were really good, were really placed. They were just able to stall out so much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, heading into game number 3, we're be seeing once again Robo Robin return here for the second time on this block here, and not much has changed that. What we can say about Robo Robin, it's definitely a map that people love. It's a map that I love, and it's a map that with how it's designed, you can do a lot of different things here, and they know exactly. I bet money that they're not changing any weapons here. They know exactly what they want to play. They know exactly how they want to play this out. They're just going to head straight into the next game.
Yes, exactly. No, there's an Octobrush actually. We see an Octobrush instead of, I think it was the Viper. This time with of course Ninja Squid to help with their sharking capabilities. Well, it is not looking too well for Duck Motive right now, though. Taking out that S-Blast, though, trying to find obviously more with the Zipcaster now out as well. But, I mean, their entire team is in the back trying to fight the remaining 2. I don't think it's going to help that much, and it's a wipeout here immediately for In the Zone. They're able to take out, or take that chokehold. obviously. Oh, that. Oh my God! That brush was able to take out that crab, though, taking out the mini as well. That might be the way forward here for Dark Motive. Unfortunately, does get taken out here, but they just need to paint here. But Jared can paint more efficiently, apparently.
Yeah, it was a good sign for Duckwood team that unfortunately just got taken apart there, as Retro unfortunately got picked up almost immediately, and all that was just second out there from out of their lungs here. But no, Duckwood team now trying these desperate plays to try and cause some chaos, cause a lot of disruption in the middle of this map, the middle of ITZ. But I don't think it's working out for them in the end, because now they're 3 down. They are now pushed up against their side of the map. They're aren't running away with points just yet, but Knuckle team unfortunately is just kind of bunkered up right now.
Oh, exactly, and well, they're fully moved into their spawn right now. The crab gets taken out once again, but the dually scourges as well get taken out, and well, Dark Motive are obviously looking to get in with that Booyah, having been used, and the wow, there is a lot of fights happening in this match right now. You just see the camera moving around and someone being dead the entire time. Jared trying to fight and survive maybe mid, and they do. And he pops the crab over there and gets control back over the zone together with Ryu on the mini splatling. Gets another pick with the crab as well, and just is able to hold so much control, watching over the right side here and over the
a good hold once they collide to his zone. They're almost done with those penalty points as well, meaning that Duckle team doesn't have a lot of time in order for them to try and retake this. They need to get moving now if they want to try and stay alive for a little bit longer now. And excuse me, with the penalty points now gone, they're going to be able to actually flip this game almost immediately, take control of the zone, push IDD back to their side of the game, for the map, for the first time this game here, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat. Can they hold on to this as long as in the zone can? I'm not sure.
I mean, they do have the Booyah ready, and they will need to move up with that. They need to take control over that that chokehold if they want to prevent in the zone from moving far into the zone here. And I mean, they're not necessarily being able to do that, but they can make the other members of in the zone have to jump out. Oh, that is. It is only 2 people left on the side of Dark Motive here. It is the Blaster only, and well, they do lose the lead here, the zone here, you know, because everybody except for the Blaster was dead.
Yeah, no, that was a good flip from in the zone here to make sure they can try and stay in the driver's seat for as long as they can. But the thing is that the lead has been shortened quite a bit. You know, there's now only about about 12-point differential here between these two teams right now. And in the zone was able to actually extend the lead even further. There are no more penalty points on their side, so the team has to move it fast if they want to try and contest the zone before they inevitably lose this game here. With only 10 seconds remaining, that's not a lot of time to get going here, especially with the sprinkler on top doing it a lot of work, and we get to see the pencil getting pick after pick after pick, shutting the team down as they take this second game, bringing this at 2-1. Oh man, what an ender for that game.
So many people on their enemy team.
Oh boy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because Discord is saying otherwise, but if you can hear me, that's fine. Anyways, yeah, that pencil being able to take out so many people at the end here was massive. That did just give them the win, especially on the pick on the brush. Although I don't think anybody would have been able.
Oh boy.
Eat the zone quickly enough, maybe.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it was a tight situation at the end there, but at the very least, Knuckles Eve has one more chance, one more opportunity to try and take this to a potential 2-2 scenario here. Once again, not wanting to waste too much time, we're heading back into Inklot Art Academy to see exactly what's going to be happening next between these two teams.
Oh, and we do see the wiper coming back here instead of the brush. They realized that, okay, maybe the brush wasn't the play actually. And let's stick to our roots. Let's stick to what actually worked before. And they are immediately in mid here. We see Kaden trying to fight. They got the mini out here and another member out, but there is also simultaneously a fight happening on the right side, taking out 3 people on the side of Duck Motive, and the Espas getting taken out as well. Now Means in the zone can take control over a lot of the map here, taking control over that flat area as well with I believe the pencil taking the middle stack. Oh, they're all the way in front actually.
A good opener from in the zone here. It means that Duckwood is forced to just be so close to their side of the map, so close to their spawn that they're just being choked out from all this area, all these petty resources here, and they can't really be able to do much for anything. In the zone is just constantly in their face, constantly keeping them down. Crafting is used here by Jared here, just hopefully buys themselves some extra time and just starting to lose some pressure here, some momentum here. But a good pick against the pencil means that they can stay left a little bit long before unfortunately getting shut out there. But the damage has already been done. 24 points remaining, and Knuckle Team is just one player standing. It's Katie here on the left hand side of the zone here. This could be 100-0 for in the zone here if they play their cards right. Knuckle Team not having the power to paint the zone quickly enough are going to be able to take this game, making this 3-1 over Knuckle Team.
That was a very quick game.
Yeah.
I mean, they were immediately able to establish control over the entire map, over the plat area, and just stall out as long as possible, and they were able to do it and take out Dark Motive here out of winners brackets. They are going down into losers brackets, while in the zone is, I'm not entirely sure what they're fighting now. They are fighting Besto Friendo, which is winners brackets semis 1. We are watching the other ones though.
Yeah, no, this definitely is starting to heat up here as we head closer and closer to winners finals. More powerhouses come through, more exciting and close games are happening, and now Duckwood Team now having to be forced to go through a loser bracket run in order to try and get to this point again is gonna, they have a bit of a road ahead of them. But in the zone here, they're making it to winners semifinals at the very least, and that's actually a good result to put on paper. But I do believe, even though our match is ready, I would like to go on a quick break real quick here as we get things locked and loaded ready, folks. So don't go anywhere just yet, folks. Get your food, snacks, and waters. Use the restroom if you need to. We'll be right back after this break.
was too tame for him.
What is love? What is free love? What is free boy? What is boy? What is girl? What is free girl? What is love is free. Love is free. Love is free. Love is free. Ready to kick some ass.
Free love was too tame for him. Free love was too tame for him. Free love was too tame for him. Tame for him. Free love was too tame for him. Free love was too tame for him. Free love was too tame.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. We are back here within the zone. Now with winners bracket semifinals, we have Kira's awesome pickup versus blah blah blah. On both teams, top level gameplay basically. And still with me is Dark.
Yeah, no, I think this is definitely going to be a very, very exciting and a very, very close match to watch here. Even more so than the last set we just watched against, I can't even remember the teams over here. It's just been so much here. But no, kicking things off here, one of my favorite maps for zones at the very least. We're going to be seeing Umami Ruins come out.
That is very funny because it is one of my most hated zones maps, funnily enough. I don't like the map, but...
Oh boy. Unfortunate. We'll give them a bit of time to come back. Oh?
You know, I personally, but... Cool. I have no idea what is happening right now. This is horrible. What? I have never had such big problems with my Wi-Fi.
Couldn't tell you. I would have given a buck. Couldn't tell you. Don't know what it could be. Just happens, I guess. But no. We see here a sort of a preview as to what's going to be coming up next here in the future. But no, Umami Zones is definitely where we're going to be kicking things off first. I love it because I'm just a fan of the dual zone modes or the dual zone maps in general. I just think they're cool and they're neat, and especially with this one specifically, you're going to be very mindful, very wow, I forget the word. But you're gonna just know exactly what's going on, or very cognizant as to what's going on around you, and being aware of like where the enemy positions are, because these zones flip fast.
Oh, they do. They definitely do. It is very, very easy to take control.
Oh boy. Well, as we're waiting for our friend to come back here, kicking things off here, Umami's flat zones. We see exactly what's to be put onto the table here. Nothing too out of the ordinary on one side, and on either side, really, just a different combination of weapons, some of the same weapons we have seen already. Really, the only standout actually is the Zimmy coming out on the side of blah blah blah.
Okay, I hope I'm back now, and I hope I don't disconnect again. Anyways, I'm not entirely sure how much you talked about the comms, but we do see a brush, which is very interesting, from blah 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 here, and they are immediately taking control over the side of Kira's awesome pickup here. Them all being just in there. It's only the pen left, and they do have to jump out. Kira with the bucket on their plaid, trying to survive and Crowny immediately taking that dome area and, you know, establishing a little bit more control. Unfortunately, that mini does go down.
Yeah, is it good? This is good by blah 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 in order to push up Kira and also pick up and keep them locked out as long as they can. Even though they're losing some pressure, so momentum here, they're actively still keeping Kira's awesome pickup in check here, making sure they were only at this point where they're finally able to push up and contest at least one of the zones. Maybe even able to get a good flip here if they play their cards right. But no, we see Tony coming in, gets one, gets two, that's two down, blah blah blah. Now once again moving up forward to try and eventually close this game out.
Yeah, and Tony is all the way in that spawn, getting Prosper out, getting maybe another one. No, they don't. they do go down, but they got 2 picks, which is already enough to sort them out, and I don't think it's enough time unless Grape is able to get into that zone, but I don't think they will be able to, and that is immediate and a knockout for blah blah blah. First thing to start off this set.
No, a good opener, a good way to start off a set indeed, as blah blah blah, which is able to dominantly take command and take control of the majority of that game here. Now it's going to be a question of what can Kara's awesome pickup do here to try to recover some of it. We are still in a best of 5, so you do have at least 2 more matches to try and come up with proper game plan to fight against blah blah blah. But at the very least, it's going to be a question of if is it a game or is it a map thing, because it could just be the map, you know.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, Umami is I'll say, debatable map. A lot of people don't like it, a lot of people love it. I think it's just one of those, but we are moving into a map mode that is more familiar to, I think, most teams, which is Hagglefish once again.
You know, Hagglefish Market, as we mentioned earlier, is just one of those tried and true zones map here that we play here in the scene. It has a little bit of something for everybody. You can get away with a lot of different playstyles, a lot of different weapons here, and still do all right with. The big things to watch out for is just being able to fight back against a potential lockout. So as long as these teams keep that in mind, I'm sure it could be a tight match, or it could just once again be blah blah blah, just taking the driver's seat as they know exactly how to play a lockout here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've already seen a team be able to fully lock out on Hagglefish Market today, and maybe either blah 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 takes that speed they had from last match into this match and is able to do that once again, or maybe Kira's awesome pickup has something new to show, but I don't think they switched up their comms. I think they're all sticking here, and well, I mean, that just tends to be the thing with higher level people. They know their weapons and they would prefer to stick on them, whether they lose or not. But we do see Grape immediately being taken out on the side of Kira's awesome pickup, and the entirety of Kira's awesome pickup being taken out in the first 20 seconds here, and blah 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 is able to just fully take on control over their plat, which is really bad for Kira's awesome pickup, because we see the S-Bus taking really good positioning here on the left side, taking control and taking advantage of those ledges especially.
Now we see the Bubblers trying to create some space, create some area for them to be able to safely set up, but no, Tony just absolutely going ham wild in there, getting pick after pick after pick in conjunction with the S-Blast means that blah 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 is going to run away with a ton of points here, because Sendou was finally able to get 3 down beats. They're able to get the first lead, pull them out to contest the zone, but it's not enough. It only neutralized it for a few short seconds before we're finally going back to blah blah blah's side of things. Now they're starting to run away with the game, and I don't think there's anything they can do at this point. 3 down, only the no. Up, and they're so far pushed back. This is me 2-0 in fourth blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, they had control over that plat area, like we've already seen today, as I said, and Kira's awesome pickup wasn't able to recover from that. They didn't, even with the strikes firing at Crowny and getting him to move back up, it wasn't enough for them to get back into the middle of the match. It was a quick 100-0, and they need to watch out next match if they do want to have a chance at getting into winners bracket finals.
Yeah, no, this is do or die for Kira's awesome pickup. Having an majority of runs make it to semifinals in this big, in this stack of an ITZ is very huge for them, but you obviously never want to come out at any point into loser brackets. So Kira's awesome pickup definitely has to work in double time here for the remainder of this set, the remainder of this match, to try and make up for that. Especially now, moving into Barnacle Dive, you know, you gotta be, it's not necessarily as lockout heavy as probably the first 2 matches were, but it can still happen if you're not careful.
Oh, definitely. It's one of those maps where if you are locked out again, every approach option you are given in your spawn becomes very, very predictable and just very easily countered by anything that can ledge camp, especially because, I mean, you do have the high ground, which is a good thing, but you will eventually need to drop into that low ground. And once you're in that low ground, it is not easy to back up. And if anything fails in that section of your retake, you will probably just get taken out. And we are at match point, as we can see on screen right now, and we'll see if Kira's awesome pickup can take it back.
Yeah, no, and both teams mostly is being comfortable with what they brought so far. Really, the only differences here from last time is Kara's awesome pickup opting to bring out the sticker stamper as well as the V dualies. So you can see exactly why these were brought out specifically. But here we are, both teams make a breakaway from mid here to try and get the first few points on the side. Blah blah blah, being able to be ones on the driver's seat with the bubbler, with the tactical. They're looking to try to re-engage here to try and make sure that Kara's awesome pickup is wiped out here relatively soon.
Oh, but the Booyah and the strikes take out William here on the S plus. Unfortunately, the dualies also get taken out here, but blah 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 does lose a little bit of control, and Kira's awesome pickup is able to take that control, just having to look out for that 52 in the flank over there, and they fail to do so, and they get a pick on the zone here, maybe even able to fully just flip that zone. And they do. They flip that zone before Kira's awesome pickup is able to take that lead, and Crownie's immediately back in mid, trying to take that stack here to force Kira's awesome pickup further back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how further back you get from this, folks, because blah 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 is absolutely getting pick after pick after pick, staying, using the positioning to make sure that Kira's awesome pickup has no breathing room whatsoever, being forced to use Booyah Bomb and the trying time to make a path to the zone, not to contest the zone, which I think is very huge here. And now 40 points remaining for blah blah blah. Kira's awesome pickup is slowly moving the ground, slowly moving the especially with another pick on their side, means they gotta be very careful with this incoming push here and try and make sure they can secure push picks before they fully commit to anything.
Oh, that Booyah was detrimental to their push as well, taking out Kira on the bucket here. But they are kind of back, not anymore with 2 being taken out, and the counter just taking down into the favor of blah blah blah, and then going out of this set with a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, what more can be said from this blah blah blah? Just show absolute domination over the past 3 games here, and it is an unfortunate thing for Kira's awesome pickup to go through this, because no one wants to go out to losers bracket this late into your winners bracket run here. But it has to happen to someone, and Kira's awesome pickup, even though they're getting to losers bracket here, I'm sure they can make a wondrous losers bracket comeback from this point onward. But no, now blah 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 is moving into winners brackets finals, where they'll be facing off against, if I can look at the Sendou equal first to see exactly who's on there. No, it's still being decided against best of friends and in the zone here. So I guess we'll see exactly who's be doing that next here, as we actually are gonna be signing off and heading off to our next block of competitors. So Ray, is there anything else you want to say, add, or talk about as we get to close things out?
I do want to apologize for my Wi-Fi. I don't know what's happening today. That was horrible. I do hope I will look into fixing that. I'm not entirely sure what caused that. But thank you for having me still. It was a blast commentating for In the Zone for the first time here. Thank you for commentating with me, Dark.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you for streaming, Sam, our streamer, obviously. Thank you for watching, and continue to watch into finals, obviously. I think that will probably be the most interesting part of the tournament, as it usually is. But where can we find you, Dark?
Now, most people can find me at SPF Dark on most social media websites. I commentate all the time across all the multiple orgs we have here in the community: ACCA, IPO, Dapple Productions. I'm literally all over the map. But also as well, one of the TOs for Don't Flounder at the Function, North Carolina's premier Toonland, just happened last weekend. It was a blast. Shout out. But yeah, that's where you can find me. What about you, Ray? Anything you want to plug in?
You can find me under at Range Blaster with a double I, a pun on my favorite weapon in the game, and on Twitter, Blue Sky, and on Discord. On Twitch, you can find me under at Range Blaster, but with 3 I's instead. But yeah, that's basically where you can find me anywhere. Yeah, but I think we're gonna sign off now and let the next two commentators, which are gonna be Pat and Sazu, take the stage instead.
And welcome back to In the Zone 49. I am Pat here with Sasu, ready to watch the finals, the winners' finals of the tournament between Blah Blah Blah, Big D, and Best of Friend. Only one team can make it to grand finals on the upper side, Sasu. But who will it be?
We shall see. I think Besto Furendo, kind of the favorite to win. They are, of course, the first seeds composed of Yeti, Noah, Ga, and Gray. And we all know, like, Gray, especially last year, has been absolutely killing it. Also playing, of course, with these very strong players. So we will keep an eye on them. But they have really strong competition they're going up against in Willie, Ant, Tough, and Toady. So we will be starting, I believe, on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen, and all of these players are used to playing on such a map mode. So we can only wonder who's going to get that first foot in the door, Pat.
I mean, at this level, the map becomes less and less relevant, I feel like, because these top level players, they know every single nook and cranny, every pixel, every polygon of every single map in this game. They've seen it all. And now it's about execution. It's about punishing even the smallest mistakes, knowing exactly how to adapt to your opponent's strategy and what to do. And that's why I'm here to watch these high-level tournaments, Sasu. I love to see this high level of execution. But let's get right in the game on the side of Best of Friendo. That's an Elite from Noah. And the other side, that's a Pencil with the Zimmy to help.
Yes, we've definitely been seeing more mini gameplay, mini splatling that is. And of course, I think Nim choosing to use this bubble, because once you get into that elbow position and you bubble it, it's practically yours, and you're seeing it right there, defensively popped in their own elbow as for now. But you see that there's just a lot of pandemonium happening. Both of these teams don't have a firm hold on the zone up until now, so William Jr. just trying to get that pick does go down to Mox, and so far it seems as though Besto Furendo has the early lead here.
Yeah, right now, nice opening by Best of Friendo. They are all around taking some control over the map. Blah, blah, blah. They're right next to the zone, and they're activating the specials, pushing the opponent away with 2 down. They're going to be able to take the zone, and now it's their turn to push in, but the S-Blast already punished, and Yeti activating another tactical. Is there for another fight, Yeti? And they're winning. That fight is just the Zilly for Blah Blah Blah. Best of Friendo is retaking the zone.
Not just retaking that zone, but taking this elbow until they get walled out, I believe, from that gal. So you have Teddy just backing up, saying, listen, I want none of that smoke, while Crownie on this pen top left is just being, I think that's burst bombed out of position. So slowly but surely, Blah 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 is taking a lot of that space back. The cooler comes out, so they are ready to push. And you see that culminates in 2 people going down, but 3 ultimately are going to go down for Blah Blah Blah. So once again, Best of Friendo going to make this way into this elbow position and see just how much positioning they can take in order to lock out Blah Blah Blah.
Sasu, Blah 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 just used all of their specials simply to apply penalty, and look at that, the penalty is done, and the double by the Elite. Best of Friendo pretty much in control right there, getting splat after splat. Tony trying to defend, trying to survive, but it's not working. Win the last 30 points. And right now, Blah 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 is so far away from the... Yeti getting the splats
into this wipeout. That has gotten her, and I think at this point they might just be too far away. We have a bit of a stat pad, I think, with that last pick from the S-Blast, but a really decisive win off the top for Besto Furendo, which I think gives them the upper hand, particularly not because they just got the first win, but it's also favored towards them in terms of counter picks now. If they were to trade back and forth, they will have the last counter pick. So great first win, and also a shout out, I think, Taco Yoai for getting that double on E-Leader. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible editor right there. That's 1-0 for Best of Friendo. I mean, you said before the game started, they are our seed number one. They are the team we expect to win. Blah, blah, blah. Very strong, very capable as a team, but right there, kinda outplayed at every corner. And we really saw Best of Friendo's ability with their team to play solidly, to adapt to everything that was in front of them. They have the tools to do exactly that, to really change their game. Whatever their opponent is doing, they will be able to adapt. And that's the perks of an elite. You know, if you're playing it well, you can never move back and always hold your ground.
Yes, that's very true. And we always talk about the e-leaders range, and now that we're going to be heading to the counter pick coming out of blah blah blah, this undertow zones pick.
Yeah.
This can also be really lucrative for an e-leader. Having an e-leader either on those grates, on that snipe, wherever they're standing, it can be super oppressive and frustrating to deal with. And especially seeing as though Tako Yoi got that double, I think not just hitting, I think some people, like, they were like pins in a line. They got shot right through. I have to wonder if Crownie's going to still be on this pen.
Yeah, well, Crownie is going to stay on the pen, but remember, this map also has a lot of walls, a lot of covers, a lot of ways to sneak your way in, especially if you have an Octobrush with a Zigcaster that allows you to always appear out of nowhere and take your opponent by surprise. That's a nice trade right there by the Brush, as both of these teams are fighting for the zone right there. Whoa.
Yes, yet another trade that we saw with that hammer. Of course, like, just see so many great picks with hammer these days after that buff. But Gray just trying to see what they can get, just jumping up and down. And Tri-Strikes come out as well. There's just so many specials flying up left and right. Blink goes down after this trade. It is just trade city here, and worst of all, Tako Yoi just watching this right, making it super difficult for all of those people from blah 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 in that corner. They're having to spread out because they know they have the chance of just exploding.
Yeah, that is Noah, aka U-Snipe on the Editor for Best of Friendo right there. So strong, so dominant. Right now, Blah 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 are able to maintain their presence around the zone, to keep some paint around. We've been fighting for that zone and nobody has been really able to take control, but now Blah 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 are on the zone, are scoring points, and are getting splat after splat, Sasu.
Absolutely. Usually you see it can be a little bit hard to keep the zone here because there are two zones, but it seems more so that it's hard to keep the zone because it's hard to stay alive. All of these things trades are just fantastic. Crownie in an aggressive position, keeping this mid, also keeping that section for jumps for their team. And I think that Blah 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 already to the 40 section, they might be able to run with this if they play those hard right.
Blah 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 right there, keep getting splat after splat, and Best of Friendo are losing a bit too many players. That Slosher is going to be sent back to spawn. And Blah 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 keeps the control, no penalty applied, and still 2 down. That's a Friendo. I mean, they're good at holding their ground, but right now they can't push.
We're starting to see, Pat, exactly why Blah 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 picked this as their counter pick. A pick there from Nim with that burst bomb, just throwing them up there, chipping people out. We have a very desperate Booyah to see if they can hold, but it's not going to do anything. Blah 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 sufficiently keeps that zone and keeps that second point here in the set.
Yeah, that's how you come back. Honestly, Blah 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 was very much dominant on this map. They knew how to counter everything Best of Friendo was doing, and Best of Friendo, at the start of the game, we started by a very long neutral around the zones with both teams trying to get the upper hand. But after that, we didn't see Best of Friendo. Blah 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 was on top of them. Blah 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 was punishing them for every drop, for every position. And Best of Friendo was losing more and more ground, more and more paint. That's a very nice comeback by Blah Blah Blah, but as you said, there's the counterpick advantage for Best of Friendo now.
Yeah, I think that we've seen firsthand just how powerful having the counter pick can be. Clearly, blah 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 was completely prepared to be on such a place. This is their bread and butter. That's why they're able to overcome Best Ofrendo. Like you said, a bit of skirmishing at the beginning, and then as soon as they got it together, they got mid, they practically locked Best Ofrendo after that. So I'd be shocked if whatever this counter pick is, and it is going to be Scorch Gorge, might end up being the same, except on the side of Best Ofrendo.
I mean, Best Ofrendo are bringing the Eater, and all these walls and cover that blah 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 was getting on Undertow Spillway, they're pretty much gone on Scorch Gorge. Scorch Gorge is you are always in danger. The second you drop onto that zone, you are in a fight, you are exposed, and there is nowhere to hide on this map, which is exactly how Best Ofrendo wants to play. They want the big team fights on a flat ground. And I mean, right now, they're going to get it exactly that on Scorch Gorge.
You know, I would actually argue there kind of are places to hide with that huge, massive stack in the center. Especially when you have a brush available, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of ring around the rosy in terms of just trying not to get picked off by the backline. That brush is going to return. We see basically no changes from either of these teams. So I'm thinking that a lot of the gameplay is going to be hinging on Nim, of course, who is on that V mini Splatling, and those strikes coming out of Best Ofrendo.
Right there, that first fight could decide a lot, because we've seen both teams, once they have control, keep that control 2 down on to blah blah blah. Best Ofrendo right there, very patient, not trying to get too much. The strikes are coming in and getting a splat, but they get punished right after. Best Ofrendo has taken the zone, but blah 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 is ready to push back.
Yes, but they are in a little bit of a difficult. You see they're at that side. Gray does get a pick with that Booyah Bomb. Ultimately comes down to William Jr., who activates the zip, goes down immediately, and it feels like the same old game from last time. It's just crazy galore, and Yo-Wai not able to jump out there at the end, giving the zone to blah blah blah.
Yeah. Oh, and Gray is going to be splatted without getting much right there. Blah, blah, blah. Taking control, and William with the brush is in position, is going in. That's going to be very dangerous for Best Ofrendo. Right now, Best Ofrendo forced to wait for a better time to push in.
Yes, but, you know, they're biding their time. They're giving up this lead, but I think they're just deciding to get into position. Probably going to farm a little bit for their specials to see if they can push with that. The Booyah Bomb, accordingly, does come out. Yeti, I think, in a bit of a 1v1 with that, that pencil, but does get out of it ultimately. Oh!
That was a nice snipe right there, but there isn't much time left, and blah 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 are very close to a KO, but Best Ofrendo finally able to answer to paint that huge map, and without wasting a second, Gray and Yeti are already crossing the grates and creating some aggro. They know they need a big hold if they want to get back in the game.
Yes, and a big hold you see they're going for. We have a very unfortunate positioning there for Gray in that corner. I think him taking advantage of that by popping that hammer, getting rid of him for good, getting a few sippies here while they get ready to push, because I think they've made it all the way to 30, but with 2 of their members down, I was thinking they might be able to contest this zone, but it's not looking like it, Pat.
Yeah, right now our teams are fighting for the zone. It's so close, and they capture it. Blah, blah, blah. Keep their lead. Get a few more splats with that to maintain their control. Gray is still around, but Gray is alone right now. The strikes will help him keep some control, keep some presence. But with 2 minutes left, Best Ofrendo needs to change something right now if they want to come back.
Listen, I think that Gray won several community awards for Best Player of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
There are reasons for that. You see, they were able to hold on to that while their teammates came in. Right now, there's contesting of the zone. Ultimately, Best Ofrendo do get it, but there's a lot of contesting here. Crowning on that pen means that they may not get those same picks like the leader does, but they're definitely going to get that paint down. So if it continues being back and forth like this, Besto Frendo are not going to like the score that they see at the end.
Right now, blah 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 fighting hard for that zone. Besto Frendo not able to get the drop once again. And that zone is still blue, Sasu. We're almost at the last minute, and the Besto Frendo still waiting a little bit. They don't have the specials, they don't have the power. Right now they have the specials. Gray is above the zone, is going to Booyah, where all is thrown by Besto Frendo. But Besto Frendo needs that zone. Yes, they get it.
Yes, but you see, we are under 1 minute left now, so it's not enough to just get the zone. They have to be able to keep it, and the holding has not been super great this entire time. Yeti just trying to get that paint out off the side to deny them the area, but I feel like every time we see this overhead, this Lurple ink is just absolutely everywhere. They're getting out-painted, and I don't know if that's because they're just running this leader, but it's making it hard for them to find anywhere to stand, making it hard for them to hold, and I think this might be the final push and the final hold if they hope to get the lead.
I mean, Besto Frendo has more painting power. They have, between the mini and the brush, that's a lot of support added to the pencils. Huge ability to paint right there. Besto Frendo need to get splats if they want to deny the paint, but they won't be able to. Blah blah blah. Gets 2-1, which means they are on match point, Sasu.
Yes, not only that, but they have essentially, I think, taken that advantage away in terms of the counter pick by beating Besto Frendo on their own counter pick. Now, if we just kind of trade back and forth, it will be them who have the final advantage likely on that fifth game, assuming we even go to a fifth game, because being able to go to match point already on this third game is exactly where you want to be, especially when you're the lower seed moving into the set.
Yeah, there's still a lot of the line, and even if Besto Frendo is behind right now, you can never underestimate them. That being said, though, I mean, blah 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 just fought them on their turf, on their pick, on a map that is so good for what they like to do, but it felt like whatever Besto Frendo was about to do, blah 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 was ready for it and had the counter ready. When Gray was to the side, ready to harass the ledge with the blaster, hammer to the face. When the leader was in position, there was someone to splat the leader. There was always something from blah 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 to anticipate was what Besto Frendo was about to do and to punish it. And right there, Besto Frendo need to be a bit faster, or to punish the punishing.
Yeah, I think like I said, when I knew that they had to hold, I was a little bit worried because none of their holds were really lasting for long times. They were just constantly getting harassed. People were dying in zone, being ledged, that brush, and I think it made sense because blah 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 certainly isn't taking them lightly. You saw, like you mentioned, Gray on that bottom corner, they popped a hammer for one guy. You know what I mean? They're like, we just need to get rid of
it's Gray. They popped the hammer for Gray. That's not one guy.
So they're like, these drastic times do drastic drastic measures. We will pop the specials. We will do everything we need to do, dive, if it means that we're even going to get this trade, because the more of them off the board, Scorched Gorge is a big place. It can be hard to get back into mid, but we do see that counter pick coming out of Besto Frendo. It's going to be Mekomart. Pat, tell me your thoughts on this counter pick.
I mean, before we talk about Mekomart, there's one thing that's bugging me about Besto Frendo, is that S-Blast and Slosher are great weapons, but they rely a lot on chip damage, which means you want to see them with a pencil much more than with an E-liter. And right there, Besto Frendo, the composition that they have, meaning they don't have a burst bomb on their support, the S-Blast and the Slusher are forced to play together at all time if they want to benefit from the chip damage, which is constraining their play a lot. Meanwhile, Blah 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 still very free in what they're doing. That being said, on Macomart, there's a lot of stacks, and Slusher and S-Blast love these stacks.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm inclined to agree with you. They don't have that traditional chip to work with necessarily. Taco Yawai, of course, on that leader. But with a vertical place like this, AoE really is king. He who controls the stacks controls the game, and I think that's why we have William Jr. Onto the pain brush, which can just harass those stacks accordingly. Box out with those triple ink strikes. Their own members are down, so that's going to be a little bit hard on them. And you see that pain brush switch working out in spades here.
We don't see a paintbrush that often, especially at that level, Sasu, but right now, Blah 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 are able to hold the zone, are able to hold that paintbrush in position, and look at that! The paintbrush simply runs forwards and punishes!
Yes, but I think there's a bit of a casualty there going down to that leader ultimately. William Jr. knowing that they just have to see if they can ledge here because they're going to get located by that by that special there, that wave breaker. And so Gray, now that they have it here, just trying to take down and then getting rid of that mini and their special as well in that hammer and doing it without trading out as well. This is why Gray is one of the greats.
For sure, Best of Friendo right now, when they are in position, is their strongest. It's when they are the most dangerous. Right now, Blah 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 going in, trying to deny the lead. The hammer is deployed, but the hammer is not working, and the snipe by U-Snipe on the Deleter is going to give the lead to Best of Friendo just by 1 point. But I mean, what?
A triple there from the paintbrush. I've been saying this whole game, oh, well, now we're seeing why they went paintbrush, much less the one with Wavebreaker, but a triple before this trade gives the zone steadily to Blah Blah Blah. That's exactly what they wanted here, and now they are in a position to see if they can even get this lockout. Nim does throw that. 2 of their own members go down, so they could be losing that zone soon, but at least they got this lead switching.
I mean, Best of Friendo right now, they're making rookie mistakes, it feels like. That triple should not have happened, and Blah 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 are very happy to punish, very happy to hold that zone. Last chance for Best of Friendo. Can they paint the zone? They don't have much time. Here comes the hammer, here comes every special, but it's too late. Blah 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 gets the game.
Yes, and the set. Mind you, ending out that set in an upset, 3-1, and I'm inclined to agree with you. I think very unfortunately, 3 members of Best of Friendo holding hands. You certainly cannot be caught doing that when there is an active paintbrush. I think that it's very understandable that you would not take this paintbrush seriously, but I think perhaps that's what William Jr. was counting on.
Sasu, what is the first thing you learn when you learn positioning in Splatoon?
You gotta spread out. You can't be holding hands if you're all in this one chunk, especially when the other team has an AoE weapon.
Exactly.
You're just asking to get wiped.
Asking for it. Best of Friendo. They never do that. I don't know what's happening, but there's someone that's not happy in Best of Friendo VC right now, and there are words being traded in the VC. I can guarantee that. But Blah Blah Blah, they can be pretty happy with themselves. They very much surprise Best of Friendo every single turn on their map picks, on the maps where they were strong. Blah 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 was reading what Best of Friendo was doing and was able to punish it every single time.
Yeah, you know, this is a 3-1, and sometimes it's not as though this was just a you know, you've seen 3-1s that are just kind of one and done. But I will say these were relatively dominant games. They had some
Yeah.
pretty strong holds. It's not as though they were like spawn camping them or anything like that. But I think that blah 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 can definitely come out of this set feeling very proud of themselves that they pretty, at the very least, decisively won all of their games.
Yeah, very nice play by blah blah blah. They are qualified for grand finals. We're going to take a short break and we're going to watch the lower bracket, and who is going to be our other qualified for grands? Well, we'll know very soon.
Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to In the Zone 49. I'm Sasu here with the illustrious Pat,
Oh.
and we are here. Where are we at? It is In the Zone versus EasyMD, but I think
Yep.
we've moved down to the loser side of the bracket.
Yes, we are in lower bracket quarters-finals right there. Team that wins this will get to fight in the semi-finals. Dark Motif, who is waiting for them right now. So we have a quick best of 3 between In the Zone and EasyMD to decide who is going to move forward, who is going to keep playing, and we're going to start with Hagglefish Market, Sasu.
Yes, like you mentioned, most of these teams, because they're just so strong, are going to be used to like high-level players, top-level players, play all zones. But Hagglefish, probably even the most common of all of those things that they play in terms of zones. But I just wonder, even though they play all zones, how many of these teams are pleased to see Bluefin Depot as that second game, which they will be forced to play regardless?
Well, EasyMD is happy with that. They chose to go there. They're the team that put it on their list, Sasu.
Listen, let me taking a look at these rosters. I have to imagine that's because they have Devin 4K, a leader player, but In the Zone has Bake, who I think is also a leader player. So as much as I see this map mode, I die a little bit inside. Both of these teams must be rubbing their gritty little hands together like, oh, perfect. I love to see it. Couldn't be me, but that's why I'm not playing.
I mean, you see these 3 maps and you see these 2 teams. We can expect good sniper duels deciding the games. This is what these maps are often defined by, and I mean, between Bake and Devin 4K, as you said, a lot of firepower right there. I mean, not much of a surprise in terms of the weapons from what we see from these players. Yeah, let's get right in the game, Sasu.
I will actually say a little bit of a surprise out of Jared. Opting instead for that B splash, just trying to get that crab really early. You see, he does indeed get it, just chipping away at everybody, protecting this zone from behind it. Gonna move forward after getting that cooler and see what they can get done. And it is going to be 2 picks there on In the Zone.
Yeah, right there, EasyMD getting control of the zone right there. Beautiful splat by Kiki. That's going to be In the Zone, forced to wait a little bit, forced to move back as the Zipcaster is trying to counter Jared with the crab, but it's not going to work. In the Zone, getting on that zone and painting it back as EasyMD is trying to respawn and counter the... Wait, EasyMD keeping the zone?
Yes, they kept it through all of that, and you see the dust settles 2 down on either side, and I think with all the paint that In the Zone ultimately has, they're really appropriately named because they are constantly in that zone, constantly painting over it, and they just have like a lot of painting pressure with what they're running. So Jared gonna jump out of there was in a really awkward spot there, and ultimately, I think, interestingly enough, Devin on that leader is winning the day in the battle of these Chargers ultimately. So they do keep the zone and the numbers keep on ticking. And a really fantastic pick there before that bubble came up to protect them. They said, let me get that pick real quick here from Devin.
Yeah, and right there, EasyMD holding the zone, maintaining the paint. They have a lot of control. And right now, EasyMD In the Zone needs to push their way forward. They don't have much time. They need to get to the zone. The crab tank is countered. The Slipcaster is punishing everybody. But In the Zone is able to repaint just in the nick of time to keep the game alive.
Yes, and speaking of alive, it is just going to be Devin going down. Jared just camps that jump in, and you see 2 of their members now are down, and that puts In the Zone in a position to possibly just push them up to snipe, especially with Jared popping this crab, gonna get a pick, roll away to make sure that they don't get headshotted by Devin there. Rayu moving forward to put down that paint, but ultimately, I think that In the Zone hasn't moved up that ramp yet. They're playing very careful to make sure that they can very securely get those points so they don't get checked for overextension. So, Boy likely gonna go down here, but a lot of points were had by this team.
Yeah. And right now in the zone, looking to get the lead. They're so close, but the zone is contested. Can they keep it? Right there, the zip going on there, able to paint a bit, but it's going to be the lead for In the Zone as EasyMD is there to paint, is there to contest. Kiki to the side is going to get a big splat that's going to allow the team to take the space, but right now In the Zone has the lead, but they had just lost 2 players. And EasyMD is back on the attack.
Listen, Pat, I mentioned just how much paint they had, because as you saw, 2 of their members went down. I think they were like in a 4v2 for painting, and yet they still held on to zone to get that lead. So Devin being very conservative, staying in zone for their team to get those jumps, and you see one of those jump outs happening now, but Jared can't just rush into there. They have the wave breaker deployed as well, and Devin watching everything, and I think that is going to be a strong enough hold for them to get the lead here. So if they just keep on painting, Kiki getting this pick, that will be enough for them to take the first game. So I was starting to think that might have been in for them when In the Zone just barely eked out that lead, but EasyMD pulling it right out of their clutches there at the end.
Well, for sure, we have a close game right there between these 2 teams, both able to really take their control, both able to push the other team away and really forced them to regroup, wait for specials before going in. But at the end of the day, EasyMD was able to do it once more and was able to deny the push in from In the Zone, which means they are up 1-0, which means they are on match point. In the Zone, not allowed to lose anymore.
Yes, this is of course losers, so it's gonna be that best of 3. And the thing is, especially when you spend so much time in winners, you have these long sets, and now your back is just up against the wall because a win just slipped out of your fingers. And I mean, if it's me, I don't want my fate riding on Bluefin's out. But they have no choice. In the Zone is going to have to lock in and force this reverse sweep here. And it's not going to be easy. We saw that Devin was doing a really strong job, but now that we're anticipating a mirror match for that leader, we'll see if things work out differently here.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, In the Zone, they have tools to play on this kind of map as well. They bring the leader as well. We get our sniper duel, Sasu. And pay attention to the Mini with the hammer. That hammer could shut things down very, very fast if it's aimed at the right head.
Yes, and I'm assuming that head will be Devin's. Because you surely want to put a lot of pressure on that. Of course, I will also bring attention to the fact that because of that switch to leader, Jared has switched to that that zap, but wipe is going to happen there for In the Zone, and that is not the way you want to start off. But Rayu getting their lick back there, and there's Devin narrowly dodging.
Punishing and dodging. EasyMD stays in control of the zone, and In the Zone right there just already lost more than half the points they need to paint. They need a way in, and they get splatted once more. 2 snipes. Devin looking for a third right there, but with only 20 ticks left, I don't even think they need an extra splat. In the Zone is going to have to run forward now.
Yes, they have no choice, or we're going to go down to that preemptive. Oh no! That preemptive Booyah Bomb, but ultimately that is going to be it. Too many of them went down, and you do not want to be in a position where you're panicking at the end of a Zones game. But unfortunately, that is going to be it for In the Zone, as EasyMD just sweeps this best of 3.
Hey, before this set started, you asked who wants to play on Bluefin, and I mean, you have your answer. It's EasyMD, and now we know why. They won every fight. They kept control. I don't think Devin died that whole game. I think Devin got attacked by a hammer, by burst bombs and bombs left and right, and Devin simply stayed next to the zone and kept getting snipes.
Yeah, I think to anyone who maybe is a little bit new to Splatoon, who doesn't know why Bluefin is a leader map, I think Devin exactly showed you why that is and why EasyMD picked it as well. Because I think not just getting a pick on the other leader, ultimately, I think in Bake, just getting what we saw was a triple, I think perhaps on stream. That was just a master class in leader play in the exact place that leader wants to be.
Yep. That's going to be quarterfinals. We're going to go right into semis. EasyMD will fight Duck Motif right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. And we are back with more In the Zone 49 action. Of course, we're going to keep watching EasyMD, who got a dominant best of 3 right before, but now they're facing Dark Motif in another best of 3. We're going to start with Iltel Ali. Can you guess who chose to go on this map, Sasu?
Literally, we were having a little chat over break, and we're like, Iltel Ali? Like, why would that be picked? And I was like, leader. Someone's got a leader.
Yeah.
And I said, wait, who picked it? EasyMD. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I know.
Of course.
Listen, if I'm Devin, I said, that's where we're going.
That is pretty much EasyMD's MO, but they're facing Dark Motif, one of these teams that can adapt. They've been playing together a lot, and I mean, they have a plan for this map as well. So we'll see if they're able to counter things. And I mean, in a best of 3 on low bracket, every single game counts, Sasu. So that first game of Iltel, and who is able to take control of the zone early could decide the pace of this set.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. As I was seeing that Eeltail game, all I could think was, well, you know, you have to have that plan like Duck Motif or that leader like EasyMD, because when you have this really tight window in which you have to get your wins done, you want to win that first game, because even if you go to that third game, like, you're like, okay, we'll get there, but you feel so much more relaxed, like you have so much more space to work with once that first game is under your belt. So I'm definitely going to be super excited to see who puts themselves, like, it's like tennis, you know how when you're about to win the set, it's like advantage? Like, that's kind of the position you're putting yourself in. You win that first one, you're at advantage, and then you either close it out or you force that game 3. So I bet both of these teams say, listen, I don't want to have to reverse sweep. Let's get that 2-0 and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise on the side of EasyMD, Dark Motif, with a more aggro comp, with a more fast comp. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of these missiles and beacons to be able to come back as much as they want. That, I mean, your ability to come back to the zone is what's most important here.
Yeah, but I'd also argue Wiper Deco, obviously an unconventional pick, but aside from those pieces, they have the missiles, which will probably displace Devin and make their life a little bit harder, but maybe not all that hard. Devin said, listen, I'm watching you, I'm watching my back, I have eyes on the back of my head. I'll get you even if you're behind me. So currently it is EasyMD that has the zone, and of course this is Eeltail. So despite the fact that Devin is watchfully on that bridge, seeing what picks that they can get, in general, it's just so hard to cap this zone in particular.
Right there, Dark Motif able to cap the zone, able to set themselves forward, but they haven't taken the opponent's bridge yet, which means we're still very much in neutral. We're still very much on a fight for the control of mid. And both teams are losing players, both teams are trying to respawn as fast as they can, but I mean, Dark Motif, they have the pencil, they have the beacons. That could be good for them.
Yes, but you see, I think that maybe Silver there, getting that pick on the right and making their way up to the bridge, which if they can take that, that will be huge, because it means that their pen cannot get set up. They do get that pick on Candon as well, and you see they're starting to move up very aggressively, EasyMD. I think Silver gets blocked for that, so to speak, and Duck Motif doing a good job of getting themselves back in for Xena on that bridge as well. So even though they've lost the lead, I think they might be in a good position to take back this zone.
Yeah, Dark Motif able to get back on top of the zone, but they lost 2 players right now. If they can hold just a bit longer, Kaden going in simply to get more attention, and it's going to work. Look at that, Dark Motif is back on top, and Red Shell is very much ahead, putting a very aggressive beacon right there and waiting for the missiles to delay the opponent's next push.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Boss, I think literally sharking, but Devin's just holy eyes here. still seeking them out and getting them down, but they're being flanked by behind. Red Shell just kind of being jumped by several people, but does get several people down. And now 3 people are down for Easy MD. That is not looking great for them. So 2 people explode here. Do they have the time to paint over this zone? Perhaps they do. They have it in neutral, and right now there's just not enough time for Duckmonkey to get back in and paint over that. So they are going to receive that 65 point.
Yeah, that's a big penalty. Easy MD getting back into the game, but now they need a KO. They need a big hold-on as they're getting rid of their penalty. They're already in the right positions to do so, but they are going to have to make do with Duckmotif, who is constantly going in, who is constantly getting into the fights. And look at that, Duckmotif is winning the fights. Duckmotif is getting more and more ground, more and more paint, and they're going to retake the zone.
Listen, you were not joking when you said that Duckmotif had a plan for this, because I feel as though I am seeing Easy MD get their picks, but it's just not manifesting in anything for them. Like on that bottom right, you have Candid going down, that being the dually swelters there, but this hold is just so powerful. They're already down to 25. I think a Booyah Bomb is going to come out, but that's not going to be enough to flip, at least yet. So ultimately, Easy MD gonna need these clean picks, and they're just not getting them.
Yeah. Easy MD needs to paint right there. If Duckmotif can get the zone back, and they do, that's going to be very dangerous right now. Easy MD needs to throw everything they have forward. They need to paint that zone. That zone is so big. It takes so much time to paint, but they're able to do so. 40 seconds left, Sasu. Easy MD, they can't afford a mistake anymore. They need everything to go their way now.
But they are up against a legacy team in Duckmotif. So you see those missiles do come out. Devin gonna have to swim out of there. Being displaced. Red Shell just swiping, trying to get that zone back for their team. But we are just at 15 seconds left. So Silver is working overtime, trying to paint, trying to get this zone back, because not only do they have that penalty to go through, they are at 32, and are they able to paint?
They need to paint!
It's not looking good here. They do get it ultimately, but they have a massive mountain to climb in terms of a hold that gets through this penalty.
That's it.
Yeah, it is it. Just too many of them went down at the end there, and they were not able to outpaint Duckmotif. So despite being on their home turf, essentially, Easy MD gonna go down to 0-1 in this set.
It's the Wiper Deco. Here's the thing. This is the map where everybody agrees Elita is king. Duckmotif recognized that, and we're like, yes, Wiper Deco is not that good a weapon on paper. It doesn't have a bomb, but the beacons mean you respawn incredibly fast on this map, and on this map especially, being always able to get back to the zone means so much. And then you have the missiles to force the Elita to move over and over. And Duckmotif was always there. There was always a fight in mid. Duckmotif was able to push Easy MD away from the zone. Easy MD was not able to push Duckmotif out.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were seeing. And quite frankly, often I would look up at the UI and you just see so many members of Easy MD just down. They got a delayed wipe at one point as well. But this is going to be a completely different place we're on, not just because it's a different stage, but because we're looking at the double zones. So we'll see how that works. And of course, you're talking about how useful that Wipo Deco was. Not as useful perhaps on an Umami, and so Red Shell switches back to that more conventional V-Wiper.
Yeah, now it's going to be the torpedoes to harass the opponent. Sniper force them to move to the side. Right now, we're going to see, I mean, Easy MD, they don't seem impressed. They don't seem that phased. They are not changing their comp, and right now, they're winning the fight.
Yes, they are forcing Duckmotif back, and now Duckmotif, they're seasoned players, but I have to imagine Easy MD is trying to stagger them, because this is one place where it is especially easy to stagger, and once you are not all playing as a team, that is when you who have essentially lost the game. But you see here, I think Silver playing very careful. They know that they will be checked if they overextend, and that's exactly what happened. So now that 2 of the members are down and that Booyah Bomb is going to come out from Mr. Boss getting yet another pick, I think this is going to be the zone for Duck Motif.
And Dark Motif are able to push in that S-Blast going forward, getting the splats, not able to punish the Elita, but able to force the jump out. Dark Motif now solidly in control around the zones, but they need to paint around. They need to deny the next entry by EasyMD if they want to tie up the score, Sasu.
Yes, but you see a stamper to the face, but getting traded out is showing just how chaotic things are, because like every time you switch to somebody, they go down themselves, they trade out. But I think this is going to be the zone for EasyMD once again, so they're going to be able to hold on to their lead as the pen just gets bombed out of position on that dome. Trying to find somewhere where they could stand, but it's not going to be easy. We'll see. They're kind of in the position where they had Duck Motif before, so we'll see if they're able to get back in just like they were.
Yeah, and right there, EasyMD solidly around the zone, done with their penalty. And they have the comp to hold this place. They have the comp to really stay there once they are in, but Red Shell with the hammer able to create some surprise, able to push forward and create some chaos. Can the rest of the team follow through? Yes, they can. They're getting the zones.
Yes, and you see that's 2, I think a total of 3 down, because we're just having a respawn in, and I think how the turns have tabled. Because once again, you have Duck Motif putting all this pressure on EasyMD, trying to keep them into that choke area and out of the zone, such that even the pen doesn't feel comfortable sitting on that dome to put that that zone closest to them in neutral. So right now, I think they have finally moved forward, been a little bit punished for it, and now that they're moving forward, they themselves are getting checked, it seems.
Yeah, right there, EasyMD able to win the fight this time, able to get back on the zone, but they need to win the fight for the zones now. They apply penalty, but all of Duck Motif has respawned. He's back in the fight, and with 2 players down, EasyMD, all they did is apply penalty, and now they're back to the drawing board, Sasu.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes you just need to put a band-aid on to stop the bleeding while you figure your life out. But this is certainly not the place to do it in Umami, because the lockout is so brutal here, and you're seeing that happen right now. There's 2 members down on either side. I'm sure that EasyMD might be looking to flank, hence the backing up from that pen there, and Mr. Boss just jumping out. But you see, they made it through their entire penalty. The clock is ticking, and if EasyMD doesn't make a move now, they may have lost this other game, and they might be triggering a pause here. We will see. There's just a paint off, a 1v1. Silver jumps in there to try and put that in neutral, and a pick there is, I think. Oh my gosh, Pat, what is going on?
The fight for the zones is still raging, but people are simply running around. Finally, EasyMD saves themselves. It was incredibly close, Sasu, but I mean, with less than 30 seconds left, EasyMD has their work cut out for them. Once again, Duck Motif, they know all they need to do is cap the zone once, and that would be their victory right there. EasyMD trying to hold. They already lost 1 zone, and there's only 10 seconds left. They need to paint, they need to hold. They're on it right now, but they're going to have to hold for a long time. But Booyah Bomb is punished. But Julie Squashers are punished. Wait, EasyMD is still in there, Sasu.
Yeah, they might be able to do this, especially because they are out of their penalty. You see those people on the right just got absolutely punished. Kaden moving in from the right, I think contributing to that Booyah, which is going to put the zone in neutral, but not for long. And we are in the double digits with 2 members down. They are fighting for their lives to put that in neutral, and I think they get yet another pick, and that's going to be the lead from behind, giving it to EasyMD and taking away that sweep from Duck Motif. We have triggered a game 3, folks.
Yeah. what a comeback by EasyMD. I mean, it's EasyMD we're talking about. Of course they can get a comeback. Of course they can win every single fight in overtime. But it was looking so tough for them. But it's when they are under pressure that they are the most dangerous. And now we are going to Barnacle and Dime to Silver Deal. And I mean, only one game left, Sasu.
Yes, one game to decide it all, because the team that doesn't make it happen here is going to go home in defeat. Both of these teams have their back up against the wall, gun drawn, and we're going to see who's going to win this shootout here. And it's going to be on Barnacle and Dime. One of the most lockout heavy, if you play your cards right, stages. However, both of these are top level teams. Doesn't necessarily make them immune from lockouts, but we'll see if that becomes an issue. And I will note, Pat, we have a change back over to that Wiper Deco. A really good choice, if I do say so myself, on such a large stage.
And that was the only change right there. Our two teams barely hesitated. You'd think they'd want to catch their breath after that last game, but no, they instantly press A, and we're back in the game already. EasyMD trying to make their playstyle work, and right now they're able to take control early, which means Duckmotive probably didn't have the time to set a lot of beacons. So they're going to have to use all their specials to get back onto the zone, Sasu.
Yes, those missiles, however, do come out and they chip a little bit at the zone, but paint it over very quickly. And you see Kiki just sharking in this corner, trying to see if they can catch anyone on balance, holding this Booyah just as a threat, if anything. Listen, this can be thrown at any time, and it does come out. Doesn't find any picks, but does displace people. And look at this, Pat. We're already down to a 20 count. They might run away with this.
ECMD has been struggling this whole set, but right now they're trying to get the 100 to 0. Duckmotive desperately trying to paint, but it's too late. After such an intense set, EasyMD decides, oh, actually, we figured it out. We figured out how to beat you, and let's get this done.
Yes, they have essentially, like you said, I guess they figured it all out in that second game, because they 100 to 0 swept. They were just in a position completely to counter them, and Duckmotif, they weren't locked out, but they were certainly locked out of mid at a certain point, and EasyMD, they swept it, they took it, and I think it was just a fantastic display of teamwork that got them there.
I mean, Duckmotif, they had a comp. That meant their plan was to never get pushed out of mid. Their plan was to always have a way back in, thanks to the beacons, thanks to the tactic cooler. They wanted to always be around, and EasyMD won the first fight, pushed them away before they could set that momentum, which means Duckmotive then needed a big push in, and they didn't manage to get in. Okay, we're going to get a break very, very fast right now, so we can prepare our lower bracket finals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to In the Zone. I'm Sasu, here with Pat, and we are going to be showing you Losers Finals, Besto Furendo versus EasyMD. Both of these teams, we've seen them on stream, we've seen how strong they can be, but now they are in Losers Finals, fighting each other for the right to get into Grands.
Yes, and Sasu, we're going to be in counterpick, but we're going to start first by a map that both of these teams have on their list. It's going to be back to Iltel Alley. And I mean, both of these teams have a top level eliter in their ranks, so both of these teams want to go here.
Yeah, like I said before, honestly, if I'm the leader, I'm saying we're putting it on the list. And you might say, I hate Eeltail. And I'm like, baby, I don't care. I'm the leader. I make the rules. We're going to Bluefin. We're going to Eeltail. I do not care.
Yeah.
Despite the fact I would suspect this might be coming up on no, both picked.
Yes.
And yeah, and we see and know why. But I think last time it was a really great display of both of those teams. I think, was it Besto Furendo that we no I'm getting my sets mixed up, but we did see, I think, EasyMD having a surprisingly difficult time here. No,
yes, they got beaten by Duck Motif, who was running the Wiper Deco to counter them right in the previous set. And yeah, EasyMD not completely comfortable fighting the missiles, I guess. But right there, both of these teams, they know they're both going to bring I think they're both going to bring very similar comps, which means it's not going to be decided by the weapons, but very much what each player is going to be able to get out of this weapon. The tiny little way for each player to do their job a bit better, to get a bit more out of their tools, and who is going to get control. Of course, on here, with the way these teams play, the team that's able to get the first hold on the zone is likely to have a big advantage.
Yes, we will be seeing this glorified mirror match, if you will, with most of these teams. I think Besto Furendo has a V-Slosh, I think.
Yes.
So they'll have those strikes, which will be super useful for them in terms of this big zone and getting your hands on it, as well as possibly displacing that leader as well. But even though we know it will be that mirror match, I gotta say, Pat, you might see that Duck Motif match and say, you go ahead and get on that Wiper Deco.
I don't think so.
It's not gonna happen, but it'd be funny.
You need a red shell to make that Wiper Deco work.
Very true. Fair point. It's like, but you guys don't have the red shell, so
Yep.
You're gonna have to go with what you have. But I imagine a lot of this has to be strategizing as to how you're going to be outplaying the other team, and what EasyMD has learned from going up against Duck Motif that they're not going to allow to happen from Besto Furendo, because even though they don't have those missiles, they still are going to have to be wary of those strikes. And I'm pretty sure they themselves are not running strikes. They have instead a Booyah Bomb. Is that well?
They have a Stamper instead of a Slosher, which means they will have a Zipcaster to create some opportunities. Of course, the Zipcaster doesn't paint as well as the strikes, but it will be able to grow across the zone from one bridge to the other, instantly create some presence wherever they need it on the map. That Zipcaster is going to be the tool that gives them the opportunities, that allows them to get back in the game if they are pushed away from the zone.
Not to mention, I mean, if they're just trying to harass that backline and they start seeing, oh wait, like we're contesting the zone, they can get back to the zone lickety split with that zip and just swish 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 and get that paint down. I think I saw during that other game, in a panic, there were also some times where in zip they were just zipping the zone because
Mhm.
when you get there, a big section of ink happens on the floor. So
Yeah.
that was happening as well. Hopefully, not gonna happen in this game, but we'll see what both of these teams bring to the table.
Yeah, and here we go. No surprise in terms of compositions between these two teams. The Stamper and the Slosher, two weapons that are going to be the difference between these two teams. We'll see who is able to make it work. But first, let's see who is able to take control over the zone. On this map especially, the opening can decide so much. And that's a snipe from Best of Friendo on the opponent's Elite, which means, I mean, Best of Friendo gets control. If you take down the opponent's backline on here, you have the space.
And you see lightning quick, they've moved up and gotten even more pits. They are playing for lockout, not even necessarily contested. You see two members still down, make that 3 on Easy MD. Ray with the jump out, just putting themselves in a better position. I think while Devin is just gonna sit there and see, make sure to check anybody who by any sort of way is able to make it into mid, but it's not looking like they'll be able to at this point.
Yeah, right now, Best of Friendo are simply denying. Kiki's forced to jump away, but there's only 20 ticks left on the zone. Sasu, EasyMD needs to run forward now. They don't have a choice. They need to paint that huge zone. I don't think they have the time. The Booyah needs to hit the mark. Can they paint it in time? Oh, everybody paint! Oh!
Wow! I think shocking both of us, Pat. They are able to paint over that. I think that is going to be a camp to jump there from Silver. So against all odds, not only are they able to paint into it, but put themselves in an advantageous place. Of course, Wheeltail not just has a big zone, it is a big place, period. So when you are going to wipe, that's going to be tough on you. And I just have to mourn that chump that went down to that bomb. Wow, you hate to see it.
Yeah, right there, EasyMD holding the zone and punishing Gray for dropping a bit too fast. Yeti forced to move away, able still to get the splat on the Stamper in a 1v1. That is huge, as Best of Friendo is able to retake the zone, but Silver is still on the zone, dancing around, denying the paint. But yeah, finally Best of Friendo will apply penalty and are back to their usual shenanigans.
Yes, but you were saying huge. Can we talk about this hold to 28? After they just barely denied Best of Friendo from taking that game. They made it all the way from essentially 100 to 2. Getting 28 is surely not that shabby. So Kiki's going to drop here from the bridge, see what they can get. They're dancing around, making sure that Devin doesn't get a clean hit on them. And all the while, despite that hefty penalty, Best of Friendo has made it through most of it. But we have a contestant here, and members down and left. So EasyMD just bid their time, and now they're working on their penalty point shot.
Best of Friendo still has some work to do right now. EasyMD getting in, getting the trades. The trades are good for them right now. Best of Friendo needs to find a way to push in, as Devin 4K is trying to deny the way forward. Gray throwing the Booyah Bomb to force the move for the leader. That's going to be a lot of players forward right now. Best of Friendo are on the zone. They're able to apply penalty incredibly fast right there without using that much resources.
Listen, Best of Friendo has been playing at lightning speed. We saw it at the beginning there, where they're able to take that zone and just move forward and almost completely lock out EasyMD. So I think that's something that EasyMD is going to have to be worried about with their holds, just how fast Best of Friendo is moving. And you see that they are currently still moving on their penalty points. We have a sharking slosher there in the corner, and you see, I think the members are looking around for them. They do ultimately get that delayed wipe here and are preparing to move up. So that penalty is actually deceptively low. They're about to make their way through it, but never doubt how fast Best of Friendo can move. With this Booyah Bomb, they might be able to take the zone back.
Yeah, right there. EasyMD, no penalty, 2 players advantage. The strikes are coming, but the strikes are only able to neutralize. That's going to be more points for EasyMD, who are coming back at the end of this game, and they win the duels. They get forward. Easy MD getting the comeback and the KO.
Wow, that was a hard-fought KO, especially taking into account we saw both of us were shocked, Pat, when we saw that EasyMD were able to outpaint Besto Furendo and just barely at the nick of time put that penalty on them. So they were essentially dead to rights there before they were able to play out the rest of this game. And ultimately, it's almost like an in-game reverse sweep that we saw there because they had to just fight so hard to be able to take that after they stopped it essentially at the 11th hour.
Yep. Yeah, big comeback right there by EasyMD. I mean, as you said, they were behind, they were losing, they were down, but they managed to save it. And on this map, if you're able to get the zone once, if you're able to set yourself back on the zone, you can initiate the lockdown. This is the map where usually you get a KO, which means it's a map where you can always get a comeback, where it's never over. And right there, Besto Furendo, a bit too confident around the end, paid the price. Now, they are counterpicking Crableg Capital, where we are going to go. We're going to see more Eliter action, Sasu.
Yeah, I'm just going to be curious as to whether, because we just have this mirror match with E-leaders, if it's just going to be a gauntlet of E-leader maps. It's just going to be every single thing that I, as an edit player, would not want to play on. But as we kind of mentioned, this is an E-leader map where range is king, and I would be remiss if I didn't point out this nozzle nose coming out of Team Besto Furendo. With all of that, they are banking on the crabs, it seems.
I mean, a crab in position right here can do a lot for a team right there, and that crab is going to do a lot and will allow Besto Furendo to outpaint their opponent a lot of times. But right now, I mean, EasyMD, they're ready to fight. They're very much eager to fight here. They have the tools to answer because they have an Eater, they have a Blaster of their own to counter what Besto Furendo is doing.
Yes, and you see that Booyah exactly countering what they're doing, but I think you get a check there, sort of seeing that they could get an easy pick on this crab, but that is not going to be the case. Two of the members are going to go from Besto Furendo. You're seeing that special charge completely going into use as 2 seconds afterwards. Another crab happens, but crab can sometimes maybe displace a leader, but your head is exposed, and I think Devin really showing that to be the case.
Yeah, that's going to be EasyMD back on the zone, applying penalty, getting some time. And now it's Devin's turn to put himself in position to defend right there. Another crab. We're going to see so many crabs as they're not stopping.
This, you have to be frustrated if you're Devin to just never be able to stand there, constantly out of position due to these 8 billion crabs. It's almost like the equivalent of when you're in open and you see a golden arrow spray just harassing you that whole time. But Devin, all the while, has taken this position in mid and does go down ultimately to Greg, who jumps out. So it is Besto Furendo who currently has the zone and the lead, but it is kind of back and forth. I think EasyMD might be giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, right there. Besto Furendo able to retake the zone, able to maintain the constant pressure. And EasyMD, I mean, that switch to the L3, that switch, I mean, it's not an L3, it's a crab tank. It's really changing completely the way Besto Furendo is playing, and EasyMD has been struggling to adapt. They're losing a bit too many players right now.
Well, yes, honestly, I think the thing is, Devin, of course, can just a fantastic shot, can probably get that headshot on the crab, but the problem is that you have Gray, who is trying to chip away at you as you're positioning yourself to get that. So it is kind of like a bait and switch that we're seeing there, and we're already in those, well, I was going to say in those single digits, and right under our noses, Besto Furendo just snags that game, and I think that this was their counter pick, and clearly they had a plan going into this.
Yeah, I mean, they had a plan, and the plan worked. The plan worked perfectly right there. No slosher, all crabs. I mean, that was constant pressure. That was constant paint. And best of Friendo playing faster, being more present all around the map, and EasyMD, now it's their turn to adapt, it's their turn to find something else. They don't hesitate to counterpick this, as we're going to go to Barnacle and Dive.
Barnacle and Dime. Luckily, a fine place for leader, but a little bit more playable for all of us non-leader peons as well. But I'm going to be curious if Besto Friendo, obviously they had their own counter pick, and I think it's so interesting that they brought this L3. I'm curious if they wanted that. No, I don't think I saw a single curling bomb. If it's something about a weapon, perhaps if they're trolling, because there are other ways to get a splash. I mean, there are other ways to get a crab, including splash, maybe some B dualies. Being on this L3 is such an interesting choice, and I'm wondering if they're going to bring this to this next map mode.
The L3 gets it faster, and honestly, they should bring it again, because on this map, crab is so good, and yeah, they do that again. They found something that works. It's on EasyMD to adapt, and EasyMD not changing their weapons. They're going to need to have an eater ready, a zipcaster ready to punish that crab every single time.
Yes, and we have a little bit of a different dynamic here, because I think that obviously Snipe is on a ledge, but a little bit less of a vertical map for Gray to really get those picks. And you see Kiki losing that 1v1 with Gray despite getting a pick at the start. So EasyMD, I think, has an early lead. That Booyah does get one, and Gray in this one double ultimately. So it is just Devin who jumps out, and now Besto Friendo poising themselves to see if they can get this lockout in one of the worst lockout stages in the entire game.
And they have the position, they are dangerous. Gray is neutralized, but the rest of the team needs to be neutralized as well if they want to get back to the zone. EasyMD able to take control of their platform. Now they need to paint forward, as all of Besto Friendo is waiting for them. They have to wait for the crab to be over. They have nothing to counter it right now. And Gray is back on the hunt, Sasu.
Yes, you gotta be afraid when Gray is active, and especially sharking kind of through the ink like this. You have, once again, this L3 just absolutely, you see there's no engagement here, and that's because they are painting for that crab. That crab is going to pressure that plat, and I think that might be it at the end, especially because they died in zone. That's Besto Friendo just sweeping that second game. I think the L3 is it, clearly, Pat.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it does the work right there. I mean, EasyMD came in thinking, oh, we have the Elita, we want to get the maps that are good for range. If your opponent have an Elita of the same caliber and a crab tank, either you pick a different map, or you bring more weapons that can use the range to their advantage as well, because right now, Besto Friendo is beating them at their game.
Yes, you have a mirror match with that range, and I'm inclined to agree. I think at a certain point you say, listen, leader is good here, but also just range is good here. Range is good on a place like Crab Leg, among other places. So I think you might look at your comp and say, these are really good. Perhaps we keep the S-Blast. S-Blast is such an oppressive weapon, but maybe tweak what we're running to be a little bit more range favored. And speaking of range favored, it is the, I would argue, premier leader map. We are going to see yet another leader mirror match in bluefin zones.
Yeah, and I think this is not as good as a map for Crab Tank. So this is I think a very good pick for EasyMD. This is the kind of pick where the L3 will not work as well. It's going to come back though. I mean, so far it's been working, and a small change in weapons on the side of EasyMD, they bring another Booyah Bomb with that stamper, which means, I mean, they'll have more tools to retake, more tools to paint the zone. That's what they need.
Yes, and I would argue the sticker stamper having that Booyah Bomb, obviously we know that when it comes to bluefin zones, the gimmick is that it will move towards the side of the defending team. And I think having that Booyah standing on one of those ramps and just chucking it can buy you a little bit more time. But right off the top, we have this grab just being farmed, and I think that's also what the Booyah Bomb is. For to possibly put this crab out of position, and I think it's done so accordingly. You see EasyMD just snatch that zone and is currently moving to see if they can lock out Besto Furendo. And 3 members are down, it's just Gray, so well played here.
Yeah, but Gray's still alive! Gray still able to fight, gets an extra splat before going down. That's going to allow the rest of Besto Friendo to set themselves. I spoke a bit too soon. The rest of Besto Friendo did not have the time to capitalize on Gray's moves, which means EasyMD, they have the lock. They have the map on a lock, and Besto Friendo is going to need a big push. And I mean, they're going to need it now because last 30 points.
Yes, and the clock is ticking. Both of these Booyahs are paying back in spades. You see, they're trying to see what they can do on that right, but ultimately Devin gets a pick, I think, on that back line. Gray getting picked for overextending, and right now they're seeing what they can throw and what hits, and that crab is not going to paint. I think that EasyMD have found their answer to this crab spamming, and clearly it's this double Booyah.
On this map, the crab can be good to defend the zone, but it's not good enough to retake. And EasyMD was able to punish that. The double Booyah Bomb ensured they were able to get back the zone. And then they could simply wait, punish, play their game. They know that once they are in control, they're incredibly powerful. Which means, Sasu, we are going to a game number 5.
Always seems to work out that way, doesn't it? We do have this game 5 in losers finals. Very exciting. And I have to guess, I'm like, what else is in their repertoire of leader maps? It's gonna be Splat Zones, Robo Ramen. Certainly not a bad place for leader. As a matter of fact, backlines like to set up in that elbow on that wall section and just snipe you from your own elbow section. Can be very frustrating, but since there are 2 leaders, we'll see how that works out. The crab, this is also notably a very strong crab map, but both of these teams, I think, found what works for them and are running it accordingly. So Silver gonna stick onto that onto that sticker stamper, and we'll see if it's able to deal with the crab in the same way it was in the last game.
Well, the S-Blast just punished the crab right away. That's going to allow EasyMD to take the first control right now. I mean, both teams are still around the zone, but already Besto Friendo kind of struggling to establish themselves. And Yeti with the zap is going to be splatted to the side before being with their teammate. That's going to delay their next cooler.
Yes, and you see currently we are in a bit of neutral, a lot going on, and I think Gray with a cursory Booyah there to ensure that they get the zone. Not too many points scored here, only down to a 70, but there's still a more game to be played. It seems as though a lot of, what an interesting crab position, but somehow it seemed like it did work because there are people on the other side of the zone who got chipped out here, so there's still some very interesting positioning and gameplay that we're seeing here, and I think that while I was blabbing on, Besto Friendo did take the lead here, so we'll see if they're able to hold it or if EasyMD can get their link back. Whoa, what a pick here.
You can't run forward into both a crab tank and a leader. It's impossible right there. Besto Friendo simply denying the push right there. EasyMD throwing the Booyah Bombs, but the Booyah Bombs are no help. Besto Friendo right now winning the fights, punishing the Booyah, not able, but I mean, right now they're keeping the zone. It's all yellow, and EasyMD is going to be out of the tournament.
Yes, with a dominant win there, Besto Furendo just pulls out all of the stops and ultimately showed that even though, this counter pick is a crab map. That last time I think they got out really well. That is EZMD because they picked a place that was poor for crab. But even in the worst crab positions, they were still able to get some use out of it. So definitely a strong showing from Besto Furendo, locking it down at the end there and punching their ticket into grand finals.
Yeah, they're going to get back against the team that beat them in the upper bracket. That's going to be blah, blah, blah. Big deal. We'll see our top two teams fight for the In the Zone crown right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. And it is time to crown an In the Zone champion. On the one hand, blah 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 are on the upper side. They only need to run it once. They only need to win 3 games. Best of Friendo, they need to win 6 if they want to be your champion, Sasu. And yeah, I mean, we've seen these teams. Best of Friendo is coming back. Can they do better this time?
Let's see. You know, I would suspect so. You know, they just had a really dominant game. They had to fight their way through the entirety of the losers bracket. So, if anything, they might be feeling energized and like, listen, Best of Friendo is the first seed, blah, blah, is the 3rd seed, I think. So, but they've been upset before. Surely they want to get them back and instead win this entire set.
And we saw Best of Friendo in upper bracket. They were losing, they stuck to their gun. They kept playing the same way, they kept doing the same things. But in the lower bracket, we saw them adapt. We saw they switch things up and bring an L3 instead. And the L3 is going to come back. The crab tanks are going to come back. And on this map, we've seen the crab tanks be incredibly powerful right there. But this time they're facing blah blah blah, which is a completely different team.
Yes, and that crab has been oppressive. The fact that I suspect that there may just be pures of that special charge because there's not even stealth jump that's being run here, but you see right off the top, Best of Friendo just moving up. It's kind of looking like a bit of a repeat of what we saw last time, where they're able to get just the zone and move up accordingly. And of course, that signature crab just harassing the fans off of blah, blah, blah.
I mean, that's the perfect crab spot right there to really hold the space. Blah blah blah, not able to go in right now. They're pushed away. They're still not at the elbow. The brush is forced to move out, and the Best of Friendo is holding the zone. Blah 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 needs to paint only a few more ticks. The hammer is going in. The hammer to save the day, and they're going to save the zone in the nick of time.
Listen, Yeti was there so quickly. I was starting to get worried that Best of Friendo would actually just be able to hold on to the zone despite what, 2 or 3 of their people going down. But speaking of 2 people down, blah blah blah, going to lose a total of 3 people. They're spawning in right now, and I think that's got to be very scary because despite the fact that these are strong players, they can be locked out for a certain amount of time, perhaps not completely, but you got to get your own elbow. You got to get it quick, or else you are looking down the barrel of a lost first game.
Yeah, right there, Best of Friendo looking to hold, looking to do a bit more. The Zipcaster coming in. No Zipcaster for you, instant punish, but L3 is actually a main weapon as well.
This is not the first time we've seen this L3 get out of crab and look like just a sitting duck and just get the pick on the person who moved in. But in the meantime, I think just in the nick of time, blah 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 is able to get their hands on that zone into a wipeout ultimately on Best of Friendo. And I just got finished saying, Pat, you cannot wipe here because you're putting yourself in quite the precarious situation.
And now Best of Friendo, it's their turn to find a push, it's their turn to move in. That's the part where they might be a bit not at their best right there. And we see them struggle, they lose to many players. That's going to be blah 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 holding. Sasu, are we about to see a comeback? It looks like blah 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 is holding that zone.
Oh my gosh, we might be seeing it, especially because 2 members are down and we know exactly how fast that Best of Friendo is. They get the zone, they move up, and it's like they teleport into your section of the map. But I think Yeti's going to get them that cooler, ultimately, getting them ready for this inevitable push. Nim realizing that they can't drop down there because Ray is there waiting for them. And of course, the crab is ready and out. So they have to contend with that as well. And it seems as though they have. They're able to get their hands on this.
They got the penalty, but that's all they got. They lost a lot of players, a lot of resources to do that. 1 minute and a half left in the game, and Best of Friendo, They bled a little bit, but they're still in control of the pace of the game as blah 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 is trying to find their way back in. The hammer is allowing them to open the field a bit, but they're not able to take the zone yet. Ooh.
No, they are not. And you see those penalties. It's not looking good for them. They have to do
Ooh.
it now. And I think they're not going to be able to. Those main painters went down at the end of the day. And so Besto Furendo taking this first game is going to set them up for a strong position in terms of taking the entire set.
Yeah. We really saw Besto Furendo in the upper bracket finals, struggling to adapt, struggling to counter what blah 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 was doing. But right there, Besto Furendo, with that new comp, with that constant barrage of Crab Tank, are able to really establish themselves, to really stay on the map longer, have more paint, have more presence. And now a blah blah blah, they're going to need a bit more pushing tools. They're going to need a few ways to bust that crab open.
Yes, but unlike EasyMD, they're not running that E-leader, are they?
No.
So they don't really have Bluefin or any other leader maps as an easy pick, pardon the accidental pun, in their back pocket. And you see they have instead chosen to go Undertow. Perhaps there's a little bit more playmaking that can be done with those two zones. Of course, they have a brush, so I think a brush has more space to flank and just kind of pop out at nowhere and make life a little bit difficult for you. So I see exactly why they counterpick this, but they still have a difficult road ahead of them, I'd argue.
This is a map that we saw earlier where blah 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 surprised Besto Furendo and locked them out. This is the map where blah 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 was able to really take control, create the surprise. This is the map where we know they have a composition that's really able to use every angle, every wall, every bit of cover to really punish what Besto Furendo wants to do. So again, Besto Furendo, they saw it happen. They know what they need to do because they know blah 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 has an ironclad plan to win on this map.
Yes, but what Besto Furendo has is an L3 that's spamming crabs. They have a different cup this time around, and I think that, you know, crab not necessarily something I super want on Undertow, but it's certainly not the weakest thing like it may be on some other stages. So I would be surprised if they switch off of the L3 at this point. Of course, they don't. It is working. But they're up against a V mini Splatling. So they can't be surprised if they do get a hammer to the face.
Yeah, always have to pay attention to that hammer right there, blah blah blah. Still with their gameplay of having a lot of aggro between that brush and that gal. They want to be all around and get into every fight, but right now it's going to be Besto Furendo taking the early control and kind of forcing blah 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 to find the way back in.
Yes, you see him here kind of just struggling to deal with those, but two members are going down on Besto Furendo. I think I see an active crab to no one's surprise, just kind of denying that space on the right side. So just as that comes out, we are currently spamming for another one, seeing if we get any picks while we're spamming, and in no time at all, another crab is active. So that right side, a little bit off limits. Cody just kind of tempting fate, trying to get that pick, and they're gonna get a pick on somebody else, but we'll see if they're able to stop this crowd from happening.
Yeah, and right now, blah blah blah, they have their control. The crab tank just dropped, but that crab tank is hunting for Toady, jumping away. The crab didn't get that much, but the rest of the team was able to push in. And Besto Furendo is back on the zones. Penalty applied once again, but blah 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 took a pretty big lead right there. It's going to be on Besto Furendo now to really establish themselves and not let blah 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 simply run back in.
Yes, and I think we saw that crab almost tunneling. That felt personal.
Yeah.
That drop onto Toady. So now it's Brownie that is getting all of that home, and you see Brownie just going flat here and not getting on the crab in what is an absolutely fantastic play. I don't think I've ever seen that before, Pat. Someone just going flat and saying, "Hey, I'm
Yeah.
up here. No, boo boo, you can't touch me here."
Yeah, it's like players from blah 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 are taking turns being on crab tank duty, of hiding in a corner and getting the crab's attention so that the rest of the team can take some space. But right now, Best of Friendo are in control of the space, and the crab is once again delaying the opponent's push right there. Blah blah blah. Now going in, they have the hammer, they have one zone, and they have a splat on the L3.
More importantly, they have a little bit more time before that crab is going to be seen again. So we have a camped recall happening. Yeti just painting over, and they're able to get it back. Their numbers are ticking down. I think throughout that, Blah wasn't able to get their paint onto the zone, so we have a change of hands in terms of the lead. And I think that, Best of Friendo is just playing very carefully. Essentially, that crab can tunnel on whoever it wants to, because the rest of the teammates are doing a great job of keeping this zone painted.
Yeah, and right now, Best of Friendo just a few points away from victory, but blah are getting the splats, are moving in and are punishing the presence. I mean, the Editor is still in position, but that's not going to deny the penalty at least. But Best of Friendo are still in that fight.
Yes, more than just that fight. They are in a very aggressive place. It looks like right now, Toady jumping in, but ultimately going to be shot at point blank range by this leader here. So they are respawning in. I think they have a lot to go. Almost 50-point penalty is nothing to sneeze at. On top of that, they've got the 32. And of course, this is 2 zones, so that's going to be even more difficult. But Gray just jumping, putting some chip, denying people that right side, and they are making their way through the points. And look at that, Pat. There's not a lot of time to get this lead back.
Yep, we're about to enter the last 30 seconds, but they could be cut short if Best of Friendo keep the zones right here. Blah trying to go in, but Gray is punishing everybody with that S-Blast. Gray is stopped, but blah needs to paint both zones if they want overtime. They need to go in. Can they get the zones? No, they can't. That's it.
That is going to be it. That is a delayed wipe, and there's not enough time for them to get in. And I think even more devastating is that this was Blah's counter pick. We saw them do really well last time around, but I don't know if it's the cycled crabs that we're seeing, or if perhaps Best of Friendo said, the kid gloves are off this time around, but really strong showing from them here, and they just had Blah on the back foot for most of the game. It seemed as though they couldn't really get a solid hold in.
Yeah. And when we saw these two teams fight earlier, whichever team was winning, the team that was winning was simply holding and not letting the other team come back in. Whether that's what we saw in the upper finals. But right there, we see a back and forth. We see both teams fight around the zone, splat each other left and right. And that chaos that's happening, that back and forth, at the end of the day, seems to benefit Best of Friendo just a little bit more each single time, and they get a bit more point, they get a bit more presence, and at the end of the day, Blah is trying to play catch up and not really able to.
Yeah, I think that Best of Friendo, they're our first seeds for a reason. These players have really strong mechanics. They're just strong all around. So it's super difficult to try and outdo them. So like you said, there's all this skirmishing going on, this back and forth, but ultimately I think that these players are relying on their gameplay and themselves as strong players to be able to come out on top regardless. So this counter pick coming out of Blah Blah, it will be Mako Mart, and I think we saw that Paintbrush triple last time on this specific stage. So they are up against Besto Friendo again. I have to imagine there isn't going to be stacking like we saw before. So we'll see if they get that much use out of possibly running another Paintbrush.
They're not going against the same Besto Friendo. They were going against a Besto Friendo that had trouble coordinating. That's no longer that. Besto Friendo right now are very much playing as we expect them to, as this top team that's not making mistakes, that's all around the map, and that's constantly applying so much pressure. That Paintbrush is coming back, and I think that's a good idea, but Besto Friendo is ready for it. They've been thinking, okay, how did that Paintbrush get us earlier, and now they're ready to fight it.
Yes, and you see ready they are because they already have the zone, and I think that's really going to benefit them right off the top because it means that they are controlling both of those stacks. And coming up against that can be so difficult, especially if there's an active crab on one of those stacks that is just harassing your entire plat, or of course if you have an S-class that can chip you if you're standing there. So you see 3 members down from Blah Blah Blah, and you are indeed correct. This is not the same Besto Friendo we saw before because they already passed the halfway point.
Yeah, and more pressure, more presence, more crab tanks, Blah Blah still trying to find their way back forward where they have one last chance to get at the zone right there. They need to paint. You don't want a bracket reset to happen so fast right now. Besto Friendo simply winning the game.
Yes, I think that may have been a 100-0 run, a complete domination, if anything, in this game. And yeah, it's almost, the difference is night and day. I would almost argue there's a possibility perhaps they were not on comms and now the comms are on, or something to that extent. Perhaps that is why we saw 3 of them stack in the same position. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but you know, Besto Friendo are locked in, and not only have they taken the set, they've triggered that bracket reset, and now they are getting ready to take the whole tourney if they would come out on top here.
I mean, it's a bracket reset. We are back to 0-0. These 2 teams are even right now on paper. But the momentum, the mental edge is all for Besto Friendo, who have been playing, who have been winning. And I mean, first set these 2 teams played, we saw Blah 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 winning and Besto Friendo stubbornly refusing to change the way they play, refusing to adapt their game and making mistakes that Blah 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 was expecting and was able to punish. This set that we just saw, it was the other way around. Now it's on Blah 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 to change. It's on Blah 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 to adapt and step up.
And like you mentioned, that momentum, even if Blah 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 were the first seed, even if they were factually the stronger team, I think a bracket reset being triggered by a 3-0, especially that last game being a 100-0 run, has got to be terrible for the morale. Having momentum, monstrous momentum going up against you like that cannot feel good. You're going back to Robo Ramen, which you of course lost, and you haven't really had the time to figure out what it is that you have to do in order to turn this around. So they still have a little bit of space to figure it out, but not too long. Oh.
Well, that's a change. That is Blah Blah changing things, and that's what they need to do. This brush will go faster, will be able to dodge a little bit better the shots from the leader. That's the kind of flexibility that they need right there. The big question is, Besto Friendo right now still as dangerous. Can Blah Blah get it going? Can Blah Blah get back on the zone?
Yes, and Nim has also switched over to the Zuka Mini, so they are not playing around. They're saying, I'm done with that backline. I'm done with all of you trying to mow us down. I'll see if I can just delete you. And William Jr. getting this great pick on this rush on that top left, denying that crab, if only for a few seconds. So the cooler is going to come out here, and I think they're going to see if they can check Rhea on that top right.
Oh,
but of course, it's Ray. Not easy to check, let's be honest.
Yeah, right now, Best of Friendo getting the zone back, pushing once again and punishing the brush. They know you can't let the brush get any space to the side. You have to call it out and shut it down as fast as you can right now. Best of Friendo preparing another crab already, but Bazooka! You were talking about Bazooka! No more crab for you!
Yes, and I as a Zuka user, listen, you see a crab, you say, let me go get that Zuka, let me get rid of them, but don't forget, I said the Zuka was for the crab, but probably also for this leader, and they had no Zuka for that, so it is just open season, and unfortunately they're having to now deal with both that leader and that Zuka, and so Crownie's going to go down, denying the team perhaps a leader, and they're just moving up into this elbow. They snatch that lead. 3 of the members are down, a delayed wipe has happened, and now I can't imagine how they are going to figure out this way out of their plat, because they've got some pretty oppressive weapons they're going up against.
Yeah, and right now, Best of Friendo once again ahead of the zone. No penalty. A crab tank forcing Bazooka. Bazooka is used only to get back to the elbow right now. Best of Friendo simply delaying a few more ticks. They know they can paint and win the game. Blah, blah, blah needs to run in. Can they paint? No, it's too late. And that's the 4th game in a row for Best of Friendo.
Yes, but maybe Blah 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 feeling a little bit better about that game. I think it wasn't nearly as extremely dominant. There was a while where they had the lead as well. So even though they are playing up against what is essentially a very different Best of Friendo, I think that they were able to just get their hands a little bit more on the zone. You see at the end here, it does neutralize. If they were a little bit faster, they might have been able to neutralize that zone, and we would have seen where it went from there. But despite the fact that that's the 4th game in the row here for Best of Friendo, Blah Blah Blah, they might have to reevaluate what they're picking for their counter picks, seeing as though they were beaten on their own counter picks twice in a row, and they're not quite coming up against the same team we saw last time. Maybe it's in the cards that they might be able to put up a bit more of a fight this time around.
I mean, Blah 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 is trying things, Blah 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 is adapting. Best of Friendo still incredibly solid, incredibly powerful, but Blah 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 is getting the head in the game. Now they need to make it work. They instantly counterpick Barnacle and Dime. Barnacle and Dime? Okay, they need to have something big, a big plan, because this is a map that looks so good for Best of Friendo on paper right now.
Yes, and I think on that paper is the fact that, for one, they're going up against a leader. Leader,
like Crab Tank? S-Blast?
Yeah, that is a bit of a tough sell, I would argue. Because you have yourself, a pen, and the leader can snipe people on their own plat in Barnacle and Dime. So while that pen is just on snipe, they can die to the leader. So there's not really anywhere that you can stand that's solid. S-Blast, of course, I'm going to say really good here, but S-Blast is kind of good everywhere, if we're being honest. And this is also a really great Crab Tank map. I said that I play Edit, but I also like to play Crab Edit as well on Barnacle and Dime, specifically because a crab, there's so many crab spots. There's so many places where you can get good use out of that. And even if you're able to Zuka that crab with all of that special charge up, it won't be gone for long. So I'm wondering what it is that Blah Blah sees in this pick that they decided to use it.
Especially Sasu, if you're too good with Bazooka and you get the instant headshot onto the crab, and the crab as tacticaler, they don't lose their special. They still have their special bar. The special bar is not negated. You need to break the crab before splatting the player if you want to remove the special bar from it. So it's rough. Even countering the crab is not that bad for the crab, you know?
Yes, and I've been thinking about that, how it's like, okay, crab goes down, but they've got the special charge, they've got the cooler.
Yep.
And right off the top, I think that is a 17-second crab that we see here, and already an early pick on Gal, which is one of the more impressive weapons. So really fantastic job there. Besto Frendo, of course, has an early hold on the cooler, and the L3 just farming for yet another crab.
And right now, Blabla trying to get on the zone, trying to maintain their presence, but it's another crab yet again to push them away, to force them out. There's a fight around the zone, but during that fight, Blah can't paint it enough to apply penalty.
No, they cannot, and I think you're going to have a kind of a legendary pick that happens ultimately before they go down to that hammer. That's exactly, also of note, I forgot to mention they have a change back from that Zuka. They instead have the hammer, and I think you are in a better position to get even more picks with such a special. So perhaps that's what's happening, and so far I've just been seeing Toady get harassed on that right section, and I think already Besto Frendo down to 56, making their way through their penalty points. So what do you think Blah has to do in order to get into mid at this point?
Well, splatting Grey is a good start right now, Sasu, and with a splat on Deleter, there's going to be a lot for Blah to play around. Suddenly the field opens for them. The crab tank is isolated, still able to get a trade before going down. Huge move by the crab, but it's still Blah able to get control of the space. And now it's on Besto Frendo to mount a push, which, as you said, on this map is never easy.
Yes, but we are going to see a change of hands here. I think Grey calling for a little bit of backup, probably from what I'm assuming is an active crab that does ultimately get that pick. But in the meantime, Blah has taken the lead. They've been able to contest this zone enough, and now with this Kriya bomb, with additional support as well as the leader moving forward, which is extremely threatening, they've been able to take that zone back, and their penalty is small, so I wouldn't be completely surprised if they just take the lead back like nothing happened.
I mean, right now, Besto Frendo is making points, but we are seeing all of Blah in position to repaint the zone, to retake. Blah is learning, Blah is improving and doing better and better each game right now. That splat on the Inhibitor from the Zip, that's perfect. They have control, and the crab is way too far to really affect the game right now.
Yes, they are trying nonetheless, and I'm sure they will try again in just a few seconds when they get it once again. And they're going to be setting it up on that plat here, but William Jr. is trying to see what they can get done. Ultimately, they are in the sightlands of that leader, and despite all that work, two of their members going down. It is going to be just Crowny into a delayed wipe, so Besto Frendo essentially getting this wipe. Oh my gosh, I would not want to be Blah right now, because this lockout is just so harsh on this stage.
Yeah, right now, Besto Frendo still in action, no penalty, they get the lead, and Blah with two players down are trying to regroup, are trying to go in. They have to wait for the end of that crab tank because there's nothing to really counter it. And I mean, Besto Frendo, still very much in control, are going to get game number 2. And I mean, their strat of switching to the L3 works so well, because that L3 is constantly painting, and when you paint that much, you're forcing your opponent to go at you to get in the fight, because they can't allow you to let you paint over and over. And when their opponent is trying to run at them to get in the fight, then there's a crab tank and an Inhibitor, and you can't run on an open ground at your opponent when there's that kind of defensive comp. Besto Frendo right there, very much taking control of the pace of how the game is being played, and Blah trying things but not finding a counter yet.
Yeah, and they have no more space to try anything. We are in a 2-0. This is going to be game, set, and match point for the entire tourney if Besto Friendo is able to win this third game here. So I don't know what they figured out, but I hope they figured it out essentially now if they hope to not let them bracket reset and just snatch it out from under them. And I think this unfortunately not a great pick for their comp. Like we said it right off the top, Barnacle up against a leader is just so oppressive. And that crab. But there are a lot of leader favored places in the entirety of Splatoon. There's a lot of crabs, and I have to imagine when you're picking your stages that you like on your profile, because that's how a lot of those like initial things will be played. You're not accounting for the fact that there's going to be an L3 cycling crab tanks. Not even stealth jumping in because they just want to crab tank you the entire time. So, they're going to have to scramble fast to figure out what's happening. And, maybe I go like, I don't know if it's in the map pool or if you can only use things that your team already pre-picked on counter picks, but I'm definitely thinking of like, perhaps like a flounder or no retake. What would you?
Well, what I think is that we saw Blabla be able to get some pushes during this game. And these pushes, they were able to push Best of Friendo away after zip casting to the leader and splatting that leader. That was the condition for Blabla to be able to get momentum, to get presence. The crab tank by itself, spamming a special is not a good strategy. But Best of Friendo is playing around it, and that's the presence of the Eliter is making that crab tank so dangerous. And Blabla, by zip casting to the leader and splatting it, I believe twice during Barnacle and Dime, that allowed them to take the space. That allowed them to ignore the crab tank, go around and splat everybody else. Which means, I feel like Blabla need to get a map where they can do that. They need to get a map where they'll be able to zipcast forward, and they just counterpicked Macomart, which, everything's possible on Mako, but again, they need something special. They need something to counter what Best of Friendo is doing, and I don't think it's about the map, it's about how they play.
Yes, an interesting pick, seeing as though we saw, I think Macomart was the last thing played before the bracket reset, and that was a 100-0 run, and they were running this very same comp. I'm inclined to agree with you, Pat. I think that on Barnacle and Dime, when I saw that active crab sitting right next to the leader, I was just thinking, oh my god. Like, I don't even know this is essentially like having two backlines. Except one of the backlines just gets to be a front line whenever it like kind of feels like it. It just turns back into a front line. And so that is the difficulty there. And I know they decided to run Zuka for a little bit, just kind of got off it after that. But I'm inclined to agree with you. If they do feel confident taking out that leader, I think whatever it is can also take out that crab, and they're in a better place. Because when they're in that crab, you can flank, they have a brush, they can flank behind them, take that crab out. So they just have to adjust their comp perhaps to figure out what they need to do. Perhaps I'm not sure we're actually going to see an adjustment like that, but I think having something like a missile, something to displace both that crab and that leader will be the key to their success. Yeah,
they need something. They need something better to counter, to not let Best of Friendo really establish themselves on these attacks and take the control that we've seen them get. Best of Friendo, we know their comp, not changing. And, Guess
Yeah.
we're going to reset.
Yeah, I think off that top, you were saying I think they need, and I was like, better internet. We had a bit of a long opening there, as you tend to see when someone's DCing or their internet is not all
Yeah.
together. So I'm sure we'll see that player come back in, but we did get a sneak peek at
Yeah.
what they're going to be running, and it seems as though instead of figuring out how to delete that leader, instead they're going for a more defensive play in running that that Zimmy with the bubble, which of course
Yeah.
leader will not be able to snipe you through.
Yeah. The one thing I believe I had the time to notice before the disconnect was there was no brush. There was no brush from Blah Blah, which I believe this is the first time we see them without a brush right there. But let's get in the game. Let's see what these teams are doing this time with 8 players.
Yes, actually, I was thinking to myself that S-Blast would be a really strong thing to be countering them with. Of course, that S-Blast, you can get that headshot on the crab, as well as
Yep.
ledge that leader. But right off the top, I don't know how accustomed to S-Blast William Jr. Is, but with their backs against the wall, perhaps that's just what you need to try and do. But you see everyone shacked up on that right stack there, not getting quite punished for it because that brush is not in play. County does get a pick, and ultimately,
Yep.
Blah Blah stopped that legacy of the 100-0 run by taking the zone.
Yeah, Blah Blah able to get control of the space. That's what they need to do. And right now, Toddy dancing around, able to get a splat and still here to get a lot of attention. Best of Friendo failing to push completely right there. Blah Blah figured it out.
Yes, but they still have a bit to go. They are down into a really good score, just bypassing the 30 mark. But ultimately, I'm sure that Best of Friendo is trying to organize themselves. They know how to play here. You see them dropping left. That crab is going to come out in conjunction with the Booyah Bomb. Not quite going to get that. And I think William Jr. going to get 2 in that direct. And finally, Blah Blah has stopped, I think, the 6-game run by getting their first point on the board.
Yeah, huge game by Blah Blah. Not only do they win, they took control. They really established themselves around the zone, and they didn't let Best of Friendo push back in. I mean, we've seen Best of Friendo really adopt a comp. That means you can't move them away with a double, pretty much as you said, the double backline, a lot of paint around. But when you're relying on your paint, on your range, pushing in is a bit harder. And Best of Friendo let Blah Blah recognize that, and now Blah Blah have a point on the board. That being said, it's Best of Friendo's turn to pick the map, Sasu.
Yes, and Best of Friendo has a leader. So I would not be shocked if they just say, well, maybe let's get crab leg or something to that extent. I think we're going to be seeing that shortly. A leader map, shocking absolutely no one. It is going to be brine water. Now, for those of you who are maybe not aware why brine water is a leader map, if you're standing on your ramp to like drop into mid, the leader can you're just easy pickings for the leader on their snipe. So by having this pen, they will essentially be bringing a knife to a gunfight because this is going to be a hard one. Let's see if they continue to have the S-Blast. They are. So at the very least, they're in better position to deal with the fact that they are at a little bit of a disadvantage with this pick.
Yeah, that's also a map where a Booyah Bomb almost paints the zone by itself. You don't need that much to take the zone, which means a team is almost always able to get back to at least reapply penalty on their opponents. The thing that Best of Friendo could have used on Makomat. Right now, Best of Friendo opening incredibly strong right there. Yeti is forced away, but the zone is taken. And Blah Blah still, Blah Blah winning that fight actually, and able to push forward.
Yes, they are. They're doing a fantastic job with that bubble of just keeping calm, keeping up, and ultimately they cannot or should not stagger here. So William Jr. newly on that S blast, going to go down ultimately to a steady hand from that nozzle nose, and Gray just swimming across that entire zone just to get this pick ultimately. So you know. Best of Friendos positioning themselves to see, it could be a little bit hard to lock out here because you've got that flank, but they're trying to see if they can do it.
Yeah, and Gray using all the time on that Booyah Bomb. They know they're simply delaying the opponent. You don't want to run forward when the Booyah Bomb is ready, so Best of Friendo is using all their time right there. Look at that. Blah blah, simply fighting from their spawn and dodging the crab tech, not dodging enough. One splat on the blaster, and blah blah. Blah blah needs to go in, but they're hemorrhaging players.
They are, but also I think because they are trying to defend from that leader, now their retake is quite poor. It's a little bit harder to just like move forward there. They're a little bit more defense skilled, and these are the last few seconds, and with two of their members down, that is just going to be it. And Besto Friendo end the set in style with a wipeout, as well as ending the entire tourney there, Pat. They are going to win here in a 3-1 after a bracket reset.
Yeah, Best of Friendo, after being put on the lower bracket, coming back stronger, coming back angrier, coming back more confident and more crabby, are able to get the victory of this in the zone 49.
Yes, a huge congratulations to them for being our champions, but also a congratulations to Team Blah Blah as well for taking home that silver medal. They definitely showed us some really strong, exemplary Splatoon. Love to see a win on Paintbrush as well, and a little bit of unconventional play in some ways, so definitely a pleasure to see both of these teams play. But I hope that members of Blah Blah aren't too bad on themselves, especially because they ended out this set with that one win on their counter pick. They redeemed themselves from that 100-0 run that we saw.
Yeah, that's going to be it for us. Special thanks to our wonderful observer Sam. Sam, thank you so much for showing us the games today. And before we go, Sasu, do you have something to plug?
Yes, you can find me online on basically any social media at Sasu in your pants. That's SASUIN, the letters UR pants. I will also be at Big Dapple, I think on February 21st. So if you go there, you will likely see me as well. But Pat, go ahead and give us your plugs as well.
Well, you can find me, the best way is on the blue sky right here at Badger Autumn. Which is the best way to get news from me. Also, we are at Full Wipe in March in France, if you want to come to the line. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And that's going to be it for us. Thank you so much for watching In The Zone. And we'll see you later for more stuff from Dapple Productions.